plays a movie. That was the autofill option. Before it plays a movie. I failed, Hitsu. I failed. Mm-hmm. It happens. It happens to the best of us. Okay. That's my death counter that I will be using here very shortly. Have you guys seen this trailer for this movie? If not, we're about to watch this trailer together. Because I need to look this way. Because it's Kimi. That's Mel's type. Too bad he's not bad enough. Lower it a little bit. You can see how dope it looks, can't you? Doesn't this movie look dope? Alright, the animation's insane. But here's the real selling point. This is the selling point. That's the fucking selling point right there. The cat's so fucking foreboding, damn. Typical old grandpa. She tried to kiss the chair. So, I really want to watch this movie because of that chair. I don't know when I'm watching it. I don't know when it's out. It's coming out to theaters on 11/11, so November 11th. But like, there's movie trailers like that, so it's insane that there's movies like that. Like, what main character or one of the main guy becomes a fucking chair? I know they made a character that was basically like 80% of Mel's type. Just had to be a little bit more bad and blonde, maybe. But it was close enough. And they turned him into a chair. How do you feel, Mel? Since you're here, how do you feel? I'm sorry about that. I really am. Dimitri? He's a chair? Nani? But yeah, I want to watch that. That one looks really fun. It looks really dorky. But fun. That's kind of the goal with that one. Dorky, but fun. Is Undertale music copyrighted? I don't know. I hope not. That one's kind of sad. Wait, does it all start with that? I think it does. Well, listen, let's start with this. BRB lunch, you're gonna switch to mobile? No worries. Enjoy your lunch. Take care. Anywho, I just want to watch that trailer real quick. Even though Mel is dodging my questions. I can work. Elden Ring, Launcherino. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-da-da da da bum bum. Oh wait, once we're in game, it's gonna play in-game music anyways. Don't need music, silly me. Silly me. Game scene. There we go. Mal! You know people who play FPS games? I asked you like 5 different things already. How do you feel about the character that is turned into a chair. He's basically 80% of your type already, but then he got turned into a chair, which is quite unfortunate. But it happened. Then... Oh my gosh. The audacity. That's spoilers? No, it's not. It's a trailer. But, Ow. 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 My second question was, you know people who play FPS games? Do you know anyone who plays Valorant and wants to get better at Valorant? I want to do a random VOD review on stream. That'd be really fun. Yeah, you do? And you have an input of VOD? Nani? Because I kind of want to do that randomly. Like, it'll improve my skills of just observing better. But it also can be like a fun thing for me to do. Because I can be like, oh, you should be doing this. Or have you thought about doing this? Or here's what went well. Here's what you could have done better at. Because I want to... I asked you last stream about it. Wait, did you? Am I blind? Am I dumb? Did I miss it? You don't have to stream Valorant on Twitch. It's just if you have like a recording of the game or something. It doesn't have to be like live, like in mid-game. I feel like that'd be too stressful. I would not be able to handle that. But if someone has like recorded gameplay of a match or something, you can go through it, and I can be like, good shit. I like what you were doing here. I like this play. Random stuff like that.
Buying or selling?
Buying or selling. Oh, that's where I get that. I like the cut of your jib. Wait, BRB. I like the cut of your jib, Dissinger. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I said that. What are you gonna do about it? Now I want to see if this stacks. I'm not gonna use them both. I just want to see if it stacks. Oh, because one or the other, basically. That's what that seems like. Okay, yeah. What I have here earlier, it slowly restores HP, raises defense when HP is max. Greatly raises maximum HP. Don't I have something else there? I can't say I actually remember. I can use that. I want more stamina. Senpai noticed you? No, I didn't. Alright, so yesterday when we were ending stream, I realized there's an entire section of the map that I haven't seen yet. And I crossed this bridge, and there's stuff over here. So there's like actually more to this game than I initially intended, or realized rather. Hold up. Let me mess with the camera a little bit. Come back. So what did I miss? Oh, I was asking Mel if she knew anyone that had Valorant gameplay VODs and would be down for me to basically coach them in a nutshell, because I wanted to like watch random VODs on stream and just be like, alright, here's what you did, Will. Here's what you could have done. Fuck, just sniped something at me. And I thought it would be fun. Welcome back, Mo. I need to move. So basically, I kind of want to make a thing where it's like a redemption type of deal, where eventually people can redeem a specific VOD. It's like, or during stream, people can be like, redeem for a VOD review, next stream or this stream or something like that. And then I could like just go through it and just be like, well, here's what I can say you need to work on here, like all that fun jazz. But like, obviously, I don't want to do the redemption stuff at the start if it's not even like worthwhile. Like if not enough people want it. But I thought it would be fun for me because it helps me improve my own analytical abilities of the game. But it'll also be a good way for me to share something with people, something that I'm actually rather good at. Not that I ever really talk about it, but hold on. We're doing some killing. Yeah, I want to roast people. Oh. You beat Elden Ring twice? I beat it 0 times. Is there anything here? I'm just here swiping instead of paying attention to that. I mean, that's the idea though. Then it can be like, oh, well, yeah, if you guys are fine with it, we'll VOD review it on stream. And then I'll tell you what I thought. And it'd be like basically like a random proper coaching session. But I'd be using it for my own abilities. Just so I can... Just for fun, honestly. I like watching gameplay. But yeah, that's the idea. When was I last coached by you, Leo? A while ago. A long time ago. Ow. How the fuck did this guy lose HP already? Oh. Yeah, long ass time. And I must admit, I'm a little bit rusty with the coaching. Sessions. It's also a good way for me to practice. The Siege of Castlemorn. A lone hero fights for his vengeance only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. I'm rusty playing shooters, bro. I'm not sure if I would be that rusty playing shooters. I was playing Gundam Evolution, and I dropped an 80 bomb. And then I did it, I think 2 days ago, or yesterday? No, 2 days ago. I was playing it again. I dropped 78 kills instead. I was trying to beat my record, but I couldn't. I dropped 78 kills. I was like, huh, nice. So I don't think I'll ever be like rusty. Obviously there'll be games where I'll like, okay, I can definitely play better. But I think generally it'll be okay. Who do I was playing GM Sniper in Gundam Evolution. And I don't want to say I get 80 kills often. That's not an often thing. It's just those matches went up long enough for me just to keep fragging out. I think I average 30 or 40 kills a game. Alright, there's nothing over here. Get wrecked. Yeah. Mel's a bully. Don't mind her. I mean, she stands Dimitri, so it should make sense that she's mean. It is what it is, though. We understand. See, like, it's built into her. We knew this. We've been known this. Doesn't see you all the time. Well, guess what? She doesn't stop liking Dimitri all the time either. Crazy. It's been so long, and it's still, her feelings don't change. I'm kind of into Cloud Strife nowadays. See, They only changed because there's something newer and interesting at the moment, but she still likes Dimitri. And a roasting Dio stand. Are these penguins? No, they're not. I'm just exploring right now because there's a literal continent that I haven't played. And then I'll be addicted for Dimitri for a year. Yeah, I know. I know. We know. We know. You know? We know. Hold on. We know. Fuck, I hurt my wrist. Writing. Alright, I don't see anything too crazy over here. I don't see like any missing items or anything. Oh, actually, I just saw that golden tree. I'm kidding. There's literally stuff up here. I'm trolling. Golden seed. There we go. Got another one. I think I need 5 to upgrade my flask again. How the fuck did I miss this entire section of the game? That still blows my mind. Oh, I'm blocking chat. What if I move chat, like, or can I move that over there? Hold on, I'm messing with OBS right now. Alright, chat's over there now. I'm buying Fire Emblem, Okay, it's okay though, Leo. I've weaponized a screenshot against Mel. I have the upper hand. Do tell. We love exposing our friends here at twitch.tv/Hitsuga. A new map has been found. There's this entire other spot. What? I thought it was just like this. I thought it was just this. There's an entire this. What the fuck, man? How? How did I just miss this much stuff in the game? Like how? That's insane. Got her in 4K. And also something super wholesome once. Oh, that's nice. How unlike her. Elden Ring, I have to admit, quite big, quite fun. I'm about to jump down here. Before I jump down here, I want to see if there's anything like in these woodsy areas that might be worthwhile. Just rats. Just rats. Oh, there's something here though. Oh, this is Ailing Village. They're ailing. Flame crest wooden shield. Interesting. What's this this message of hers though that's so so what's the term called? It's bad. Or still wholesome, rather. And that dude has a bow and arrow, and he's shooting me. That's so cool, actually. I haven't seen this enemy yet. I've seen harpies, but I've never seen something like that. That's really, really cool, I have to admit. Neat. We've been to that bonfire. I tell you, but it's dangerous, and that's fair. I understand that. I understand that. That makes a lot of sense. Don't worry. Sacred Tear. Wait, I need Sacred Tears. The fact that I took that much damage right there, holy shit. I mean, it's my fault for not leveling up HP, so it is my fault. Is there anything on the outskirts of this church? No. Nothing of the sort. I'm wondering if there's like a dungeon nearby or something. So basically, today's stream, I'm just wanting to explore this entire continent that I somehow missed. To put it simply. Pickle. I worked out today, and it actually kind of killed me again. When I was walking down the stairs today, because I live on the second floor, walking down the stairs today. Oh man, I was wobbling. I was literally like, I almost fell down the stairs. It was so bad. I enjoyed the workout. It was just funny when I was basically about to fall down. There's some toxic poison leaves down there. I see it. Went to a Joji concert recently. Really? When? That sounds dope. I was talking to Will about it a while back. That actually sounds really dope. How'd it go? Lightning strike. Probably would help if I healed, or not healed, aimed it. Where the fuck? I've never seen this spot before, though. This is kind of cool. Virgo Bloom, whatever this is. Kind of nuts. Spot, honestly. Is that it though? Expecting a wee bit more. Oh, I finished Classroom. Oh my god, Ayano Koji. Oh, when he fucking started throwing hands. Oh my fucking god, I was like, yes! Yes! I was so happy. And the moves were clean too. Sorry. I'm hoping the seasons come out more frequently instead of 5 years every one season every 5 years. That was kind of trash. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh. So I was a fucker fucking on your episode progress. My account. I mean, what? We shared accounts. Not me. Couldn't be me. No way. What do you mean I was fucking your episode progress? Don't be silly. How can I be messing up your Crunchyroll account? I don't know what you're talking about. Point is, Ayano Koji though, kinda lit. I'm not gonna lie. When he was throwing hands, that shit was actually hype. I had so much fun watching him throw hands. Don't you lie. What? Okay. If anyone does not want to hear spoilers about Classroom of the Elite Season 2 right now, please exit the premises in case you plan on watching this. Give it like 10 seconds and then I'm gonna talk about it. Alright. We good? We good? Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure this guy is just absolutely batshit crazy. Like, he, by all definitions, I'm not sure if he would be a psychopath or a sociopath. It depends on how he actually acts. He says he feels nothing. But I don't think that's entirely true. I think the motherfucker actually cares about people. Quite a bit. He just doesn't know he cares about people. Like, to him, he thinks it's all about winning. But I actually think he does actually have some cause for care for some people. But that remains to be proven. Maybe he's not like that at all. Oh my god, when he said that, I was like, yeah, there's no one compares. This guy kicked your asses. And when he knocked out the fucking, what was the name of the big, tall, muscular black dude? Forgot his name. All I remember was his like oddly perfect English. Well, no, don't get me wrong. He does see people as tools. That's fine. I get that completely. But I don't think that's his sole motivation. I don't think he solely thinks everyone is just a goddamn tool. What this seems like, which is why I'm hesitant on calling him a complete psychopath. He might be just a sociopath. What I think might be happening is that he is so fucking... He has been through so much fucking trauma that he actually doesn't know just what it is he cares about. Oh yeah, this is the way I want to go. Like, he's not even in tune with what his body likes or cares about or whatnot. Like, he's just spaced out. And if that is the case, if that's how they playing it out, then that would imply that he is actually just a sociopath. Due to circumstances, which I'm assuming, by the way I saw how they were portraying that white room, I think he was a normal kid who got fucked up and was like, okay, I have to be like this just to survive. And when you're like that just to survive, that shit changes you. Nice, I did upgrade it. I have not seen Made in Abyss Season 2 yet. Hey Garu, what's up? We're talking about a show right now that could be potential spoilers if you haven't seen it. Classroom of the Elite Season 2 right now. But also, hello Garu, what's up? I have not seen Made in Abyss Season 2 yet though. I seen Season 1. Fucked me up. I will see Season 2 eventually. I'm just taking my time on it. But that's my point though, like he wants to feel, right? And if someone that wants to feel like any kind of emotion, a psychopath wouldn't give a single fuck whether or not people want to feel. What that implies is he did have feelings before, so he's not... Oh, I died. Oh, damn. What that implies is he's had feelings before. But he locked them away. It's what I'm guessing. So I just think Ionokoji is just trying to figure who he is. Like, he's trying to figure himself out. Basically, so what I think is going on there. What show are you talking about? So I'm good. Oh, perfect. I haven't watched any of Made in Abyss. Watch the first season at least. It's a good watch. Great music, great environment. But It fucked me up. So. Just came from a stream where a guy I watch won a charity event for our Dark Souls 3 hitless any percent speedrun. Did it with 1 hit and sub hour. Now for something completely different. He won? He hitless? Wait, what? He did hitless and then he won? I'm so sick and tired of these damn dogs! Where am I trying to go? I'm trying to go here. So how do I get there? I go this way. No? Go this way and then left as soon as I can. Okay, scrolling. What a silly son of a gun. What? He got RNG. Oh, okay. I mean, it happens. So I can just straight up land on those. Interesting. So much I haven't fucking explored, man. What is this map? This game is huge. Demi-human forest ruins. Oh, stay ruined. Demi-humans implies they're gods? Or is that a demigod? These are half-human. Demi-humans, I think. Yeah. What? Look like one. Demi-human stuff. Oh, you guys are afraid now? Okay, yeah, back off. Back off, punks. Yeah, no, demigod is half god, half human. Demi-human implies half human, half something else. In this case, I'm guessing apes, half monkey. They're I killed your queen. Be wary. I think High Dive has made an abyss, maybe. Bro, so many of your buds. Wait, you have to pay? Wait, they make you pay? What? I can do that. Let me figure that out. There seems to be a little bit more over here. Did I get it all? I mean, there seems to be a lot over there, so let's just properly clear this spot. I still don't know how I missed this entire giant section. This here is where that is. Let's go here then, wherever that is. Let's get rid of pings. Get rid of pings. Get rid of pings. Get rid of pings. I'm missing one. There it is. There we go. I have my own Prime Video. Like I have Netflix and Crunchy, then High Dive, UCB, their Funimation. Then I have Disney Plus as well. Do I still have Funimation? I don't know if I still have Funimation or not. Faith, not crystal tier. And nobody makes me pay. Okay. But you're saying I could. That would be silly. I can actually see that happening though. Like, hey, you guys are down. It's like splitting up rent, but instead of rent, it's for fucking Netflix subscription. I can actually see that happening. That sounds ridiculous, but I could see it happening for sure. I had never used this variety of subscription. I mean, the good thing about subscriptions back then was that Netflix back then had more or less basically everything you could possibly want. Now, everyone's like, wow, Netflix made so much money. Let's copy that idea. And now it's kind of like pointless to even want to try. Oh, fuck. Why'd I jump up here? Am I... Oh my god, I'm a baka. I'm a baka. We're bakas up in here. Look. Okay, hold up. Alright, we made it work, we made it work, we made it work. That's what matters. Tunnel. It's a Morn tunnel. No, don't. I was kidding. Don't worry about it. But yeah, back then it was so nice because it was just all there. Now, I think it's ridiculous. I do have a lot of subscriptions, but I actually don't like that I have so many because there's so many different shows. I want a place to consolidate. Like, they need to all come together and just make a plan where you can consolidate the fucking subscriptions so I can finally fucking have it all on one platform. I'll pay a bit more, like a channel fucking TV. Just have it all in one place for me, please. Because the way they're doing it right now is ridiculous. Everyone and their mothers have a own subscription service. I'm about to make my own subscription service to watch my streams. If you guys are willing to pay $5.99, that'd be fantastic. What? What happened? Man, sit your ass down. I'm not talking to you. Exalted flesh. Nice. That guy was keeping that dank flesh in there. Fantastic. Well, I mean, who would? I don't think anyone would, right? But that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, I could see a day come where people unironically split the bill on a subscription just to watch something. I could see that happening. Like, oh, you guys want to split up a Crunchyroll and a Netflix and a blah 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 blah. Oh, they do? Well, never mind. I don't know. You want to borrow? I have a PS Plus account. Actually, no, I don't think so anymore. I think I can't. I don't go on my PS4 enough. Mostly because I want a PS5. But kind of besides the point. Is there a way up there, actually? I kind of just, when I go in these dungeons, I kind of just run everywhere. And then I get lost. Check this real quick. That, but like, is that really it? That's the hole that leads over there, I presume. But these guys were chopping up that human. Wow. That's such a cool attack. Is he a demi-human? Is that still a demi-human? It's a cool attack though. Yeah, that is the cool thing. I like that the PS5 lets you... Yeah, I like that. Oh, I also have the entire Spider-Man collection. You can play it on your PS4. Oh, I do actually at some point want to play that. But I'd rather just wait till I get a PS5. There's so many things I need to play anyways. I was out of streaming for so long. Like, there's just so fucking much that I can actually play and do. That's the boss room. Alright. Well, let's go. Let's see how long it takes. I have not seen your skin PS5, no. Too bad I can't afford a PS5 right now. I want one though. Really bad though. Scaly Misbegotten. Oh, you're fucked, dude. Rusted Anchor. What an item. I started parting stuff and it became a return to farm where you can watch. I mean, that's the good thing. If you have a good website to pirate stuff, and whenever something new comes out and they upload it like consistently, that's a good spot. That's a good website. I used to have one, and then I stopped. But like, that's the dream goal. Just be able to get all of it in one spot. Which is kind of what pirating does now. Like, it's now all consolidated in one fucking spot. Unlike all these streaming services where they have every single thing in separate different places. Which I get they have to do it that way because of, like, license and all that fun jazz. But it's such a pain in the ass for a consumer. Do you want one? Not yet. I'll find one. Just not yet. Brother. Yes. What? Aha! Fast instincts, me. My brain, insane. Woo. How the fuck am I supposed to get over there? But yeah, not yet. I'm not like in a rush to watch anything right now. Did you pick the PS5? Hold up, let me find a spot and then I'll take a look-see. Live on twitch.tv/Hitsuga yeah. Hold up. I see you, statue. Where did the statue go? I am so fucking blind sometimes. Right. What's up? Returning to the roots. Where's it pointing? Oh, that's gnarly. That's fucking gnarly. Alright. Yeah. Wait, hold up. A desktop. Oh wait, this is clean. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I am. Okay, alright.
Alright.
I will.
I'm looking for a Paulista. This is dope. I like the black on the PS5 and then the shiny shines. I like that. This is another one. Does this have the disc player? It does. I like it. Yeah, that has a Damascus vibe, exactly. I like that. That's clean. That is clean. Very nice. If I got a PS5, would I skin it? I don't know. Probably. If I had the option to. But the question is, what would I do? That I don't know. I don't know what I would do skin-wise. Locked by some contraption. Don't mind if I diddly do. Wow. So I'm the very few people who has this specific skin right now. The skin was supposed to be gray, but the brand was like, shit, so sorry, bro. We fucked up your order date. Take a free exclusive Damascus skin. Ah. So they fucked up and you were like, okay. Say less. Basically. Kinda cool. Get your skeleton-y ass down. Skeleton warriors. Yeah, no, do what you gotta do. Thanks for sharing, though. That was sick. Pretty fire. PK fire. PK thunder. Stay dead. It's so fucking funny when they do this spin. Gar, have you played through Elden Ring completely? I think so, right? I'm on fire. That doesn't kill me? Really? I thought that was gonna one-shot me for fuck. Oh, maybe it's the ring I have. I haven't played any of it. Well, I need to play it through Dark Souls 1 and 2 and 3. Thought I knew. Bitch. Really? Nothing flying? Ow, my wrist. Why must I torment myself with the lack of HP? I do not know. Alright. Somewhere a heavy door has opened. That was the thing I needed. Fantastic. I'm gonna go back though. Properly finish exploring this thing. Oh. I didn't realize that guy spawned there. Yeah, fuck. Thank you! This is where the thank you is! Oh, this is so worth it. That's so fantastic. Oh, I love that. Is this parry? I want to see if this parries. Parries. I think it's just shiny and flashy. This is the pathway. This is the pathway. Onwards to the boss. I am a Gilgamesh. Get wrecked, nerd. Cool. Okay. And that's that. Cheesed. I mean, either way, it was gonna die. So we took the fun way. Okay, number 3 is still this way though. Thank you, statue. I like those statues. Pretty cool. Oh yeah, I approve. Yeah, for sure. Anime way or fun way? Sometimes you just gotta have the fun way. It's not often we get to be strong as fuck and we can mow through all these enemies with minimal effort. I get impressed. Church's pilgrimage. But the cheesier the cheese, the better. Yeah, you can never go wrong with too much cheese. Oh, Sacred Tear again. Dude, I missed out on so many Sacred Tears. Like, actually. Well, I can talk to Melina here. Or Melina here.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's
Sure.
own words, then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey. Shall I turn? Let my hand share.
Oh, I have
them with
enough.
me.
I want to see this flask though. No, not that one. Can I? Let's see this though. Temporarily boost faith. Okay, yeah, that's just faith. Cool. Okay. The facial expression. My facial expression. Was I doing something weird? Did I have a silly face? Oh, this is my weapon. Yeah. That's kind of facts. I mean, this had a Sacred Tear to it. I can't believe I missed a fucking Sacred Tear like that. I missed out on so much in this game. Already. Am I in combat? What's looking at, dude? Warhawk ashes. Ooh, 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 ooh. I've been to these shores, I think. No, I haven't. See a bonfire over there. No, I haven't. Dude, there's so much in this game. Maybe that's the way. Don't mind me, pretty deadly flowers. For I am just walking by. Me, a humble. Oh, we've been here though. When I killed their queen, they got scared. What's this? That's whatever. I think that's a whatever moment. I'm gonna head back towards the castle. Makes it easier. We can explore more of all this shit later. But for now, the castle looks dope. Let's see what this green spot. I think we've already seen what this green spot is. Isn't this where the crab spawns? Or whatever? I think the crab spawns there. Yeah, pretty sure that's where the crab spawns. There isn't anything of interest over there. I remember, unless I missed something. Let me climb up on the things. Maybe there's something up here. There is something up there. Golden rune. That's not cool. Boring. Alright, to the castle we go then. I think that's fair. Oh, look at how poofy my hair is. What the fuck? Alright. Inwards we go. I'm supposed to deliver a letter to someone inside this castle. Don't know who it is. But I shall go deliver this letter. I shall. I'll kind of want to test my flask. Can I use that? No. Cringe. There's really nothing in this room. That's lame. What you been up to, though, Garu? Living a good life, I hope. Behaving, I hope. Castle Morn. That's good. That's good. Roll and break everything. My room, my house is so hot. I'm sweating. Bunch of traveling summer? Where to? That sounds fun. I was also traveling this summer. They can kill me? They can actually kill me? Wow. Wait, I was in Norway for a lot of the summer. Which is really nice. I got to spend a lot of time with Sophia during it. And I miss her. I miss her a lot. But that was really nice though. I got to go to the gym while I was there as well. That's when I started getting back into shape. But I definitely still got a lot of work. Not much is for sure. This organization makes summer courses on technology, so I was helping organize one in Iceland. That sounds kind of cool. And then you went to Greece as well. So you are traveling a lot of places. So you went to Iceland, Greece, and then Denmark. I was just Norway the entire summer, but that's really cool though. Whew, sorry, my workout definitely tucking me out a little bit. Now back in DK. Help me with DK, because I hear DK and I think Donkey Kong. My brain's nothing else is coming to my head right now. All right, dickhead. Denmark, thank you. Like, I don't know why, but the only thing I was thinking was Donkey Kong. I was thinking of Diddy Kong, Donkey Kong, and their fucking attacks in all the like stupid games they're in. That's cool though. How was your sister's wedding? You go. Some throwing down going on in there. You hear that? Sanctuary stone. Like, I know I'm over leveled, but I'm also still very squishy. That's the problem. Because I was the best man plus did some of the oh, so you were, yeah, you're busy for sure. My sister is gonna be helping me with my wedding, I think, as not a best man, but what is it called? That one thing. It's not a program manager. It's not. She's gonna be a bridesmaid, for sure, but it's something else. Something to do with the program. I don't remember what it was. I'm blanking on the term right now. Dude, they actually are just throwing hands. That guy has so many, like, fucking arrows in him. What the fuck? You guys call it the Elder. Kind of funny. Why is there a random lost grace here? This is like the randomest place to put a fucking lost grace. To be honest. Maybe there's like a secret pathway here or something. Wait, why is there a lost grace here? What the hell? take the drop. Stone sword key, baby. Those enemies I always hated. It might be because I've always played like a katana build in these games. I did some of that. Stricken by ad. Oh fuck, ad. When you're back, if you're back, are you back? Let me know if you're back. I want to see. All right, you're back. How long was the ad? I'm trying to make it as minimal as possible because let's be real, I don't need the ad revenue. Definitely don't need the ad revenue. Twin Blade Talisman. What does that do? Seems like a good one for katana, actually. Yeah, it's just 1D. I still don't know what that exactly does. Alright. So, I guess we keep taking this path and go further down, right? There's some parkour shenanigans going on here, but we keep going this way. We go a bit lower until eventually I can get out of here and just drop. So, question on this drop, why is it so damn deep? Thank you. Come again another day. But was it a long ad? 15 seconds? Oh, that's fantastic. 'Cause that's what I tried to make it be. I want it to be like a very short ad. Like if people are gonna get ads on my stream, I want it to be as short as possible. Cause fuck that long shit. I don't need the ad revenue. I don't get enough. Maybe if I was a big streamer, maybe I could use it to like, I don't know, make something on ad revenue. But like, unless you're a big streamer, is it worth it? I don't know. Though it might be worth it to run ads if I ever have to go on like a pee break or something. Because it gets rid of the ads, more or less, basically. If I remember correctly. For a while, anyways. But I am no longer well versed in the Twitch ways. I feel like an old fart sometimes when I think about Twitch. No, nothing here. I guess not. So, yeah. But I'm hoping the low ad stuff makes plenty sense. Oh, I could have grabbed the bonfire. I didn't though. Why didn't I, actually? Oh, I got him. Nice. This looks like death. Alright, so what is this boss then? Where am I headed? definitely interesting that I'm walking here right now. Yeah, all great questions. I don't know what this is. Koi! Sekiro! Ah. Definitely not a parry. Oh, jeez, he actually hurts. Ow. He's so mean. What? What is that weapon? Hold up. I'm gonna set in this bonfire real quick. No, not that one. It's this one. I need 40 strength to use this weapon. But I want to see it. Like this fucking... This is the Game of Thrones weapon! What? Another shot. What does the skill do? The storied sword of Castle Morn, or Avenger's weapon. It is burdened with the oceans of anger and regret. One of the legendary armaments, lone surviving champion from a country now vanished, was so determined to continue fighting that he claimed the swords of an entire clan of warriors. Unique skill, oath of vengeance. Swear an oath upon the great sword to avenge the clan, temporizing all attributes for a certain duration. While the oath's effects are active, poise will also be increased. So it's just like a huge buff where I get everything. It's kind of dope. But it says I need to be a certain level of strength to use it. I'll level up strength one more time next time I can. I definitely don't have the souls for it. Let me explore around here. Or do I lose HP for using it? Interesting.
NANI?
Desu 8 months.
Thank you for the 8 months there, Rita. A long time no see. Long time no chat. Long time. Well, that's not entirely true. But it always feels like a long time because I've always been gone for so long. How have you been doing? You were streaming not too long ago. I think I was lurking in your stream a couple of days ago while I was doing something. Yeah. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. No problem. No problem. Summer Smith is done. That's it. I was hoping for something a little bit more spicy. There's an item over there. Yeah, like, it was recent. I was like, this guy's streaming. Oh, wait, actually, this is for you, Rita.
Thank you.
Thank you for that sub. Especially during September, which I barely streamed at all. Honestly. It is what it is. Why was it up so early? Was it that early? I wake up about, how many hours ago from now would it be? Did it just fall off? I think it just fell off. The man just rolled right off. I'm a TP. It's like 4 a.m. I wake up generally about 9 hours ago. Around 9 hours ago is when I generally wake up. Oh, there's a ladder over there. Okay. Yeah, we're already over there. So yeah, generally about 9 hours ago is when I woke up. There's a bonfire here, which I did not touch. Oh, I did touch this. Am I trolling? Let's go here again. 9 a.m. Central. 9 a.m. Central. It's like 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., 7 a.m. for Central and East. Oh, really? How the fuck? Did I wake up that early? I might have. I don't remember what I was doing. I probably woke up for a bit, opened Twitch, and hopped by your stream, and then I think if it was that early, I probably went back to sleep. To be honest with you, I don't remember what I did. I just remember you were streaming, and I was like, oh, I want to stop by. I don't know if I said anything or not, so I probably did sleep again. Knowing me. You're welcome. Long time no chat. Hope life is treating you well. Hope stream went well as well. Whatever it is you were streaming. Yes, I know, I'm a dork. You guys are bigger dorks, though. What is over here? In this vicinity? Did I get any aggro? Any attention? Oh, a claymore! This is where the shit spawns? There's so many actually neat things that are in this area that I somehow managed to miss completely. I missed 2 sacred tears, which would have helped me die a lot fucking less, by the way. So much less. I would have... So much less. I've been over my 5-year debt, and I would have been only been paying off for 1.6 years. Oh, are the student loan forgiveness thing maybe? Is that what you're talking about? If that's the case, I'm also looking forward to that. You either shoot me, or you don't. You geared up. You posted up. So I took you down. That's on you. Don't blame no one but yourself for that one. Kind of school loans? Well, I do. I have exactly 20k, and I might get 20k student loan forgiveness, which is kind of fucking pog. Kind of happy about that one. I think this is where I'm supposed to go next, but I'm gonna properly explore this spot real quick. Damn, they kill everyone? Demi-humans are insane! Too bad I'm the best human. Chop. There's literally nothing there to chop. Steel wire torch. Easy way to die there. So Hitsu, when are we gonna play the new Phasmophobia content? And it's almost October. Time for... Oh, fuck me, man. Oh my god. I don't want spoofs. I mean, I'm down. I'm down to play spooky games again. It's just... I'm not down. I'm also not down. I just had to pay off 20k and I forcibly did it. I only have $150 left. Very nice. Very nicely done. I have about 20k in student loans. But I got them with Pell Grants, and there's that new policy coming out where they're saying you can, if you had a Pell Grant, you can get up to 20k in student loan forgiveness, which obviously I'm gonna fucking take. So that's a dub for me. I'm happy with that. The game isn't really spooky much. Well, Just pretend it does. And then I'll be very scared. It's like, oh no, Hitsu! I can't do this! Bitch! What the fuck? Alright, fuck you. Dickhead. Sorry. I got that bonfire already. Don't want to take that bonfire again. Just yet. Oh god. Oh, apparently Phasmophobia devs harbor racism and sex fiends. Some Twitter. Oh wait, really? That's insane. Wasn't there also, this is kind of, not to diminish the point you just brought up, but wasn't there also another Phasmophobia type game that came out while I was gone? I could have sworn there was. You're a dork, Tally. This thing is over here. I don't need anything over there, so up we go. But Phasmophobia devs are racist? Welcome back, Dio. It's my manager. Ah, hi, manager. Wanna sub to twitch.tv/Hitsuga. Be pretty cool if you did. You guys ever notice the emotes I added though? While I was gone? I added emotes. I'm not sure if anyone ever noticed. Oh, Tally's your manager. I can post a link if you peeps want to. I'm kind of curious. Go for it. Post it. Yeah, I added some emotes. They just spam all of them at once. Troll. Giga troll. Okay, I climb up the castle, and it's this dude at the top.
There's a face I've not seen before.
Yes.
I'm Edgar, warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself. But you can see how things have turned out. The menials have all rebelled. They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act. Foul creatures, as it said. And true enough, they're foul inside and out. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but whatever you come here to do, I'm afraid Castle Morn won't hold much longer.
I can take them on.
This by way of apology. I see. From Arena.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, you're dead, but I can't leave yet. Even if the castle should fall, as commander, I must remain.
Punish Mel just came out of nowhere to say punish. Oh my god, Mel.
Not fall into the wrong hands.
Bro, I have the sword.
For keeping the sword from those.
I have the fucking sword.
No longer bound by duty. Once I've rescued Arena, I will spend my remaining days with her. Thanks to you, I'll devote my Arena as my only hope in.
Why would it not? Dude. Where even was Arena? Like right at the bridge? Is that Idle Mel? Oh my fucking god. How exactly a mod can't... Alright. Hold up. I need to open. Let's go desktop. Oh, right, I'm still lurking for a follow. So doesn't mean that Phasmophobia devs are housing a sex pest in their official Discord by keeping him admin and refusing to take any claims against him seriously, because I sure do now. Oh, this is recent. I want to say much about it behalf on the friend of that is still dealing with the fallout of it all, but I'm gonna actually ask people to please not play Phasmophobia anymore, even with the newest update coming out soon. It's rotten to the core. I've been given the okay to share this. I'm going to. This is from the mouth of the lead artist. Apparently, it's a-okay to leak nudes to your friends, according to him. I'll share more as it is given to me. No, nudes of my friends were not shared, but someone else's were. Damn, the fuck? Hold up. The whole sharing nudes things, he's explicitly said he didn't ask for them. She sent them away anyway at own risk. So if he wanted to give them to a mate, that's fair game, Mo. I don't agree with it, but it's not punishable as in removing them from the team. But I can have a convo with them. I'm interested to see what else you have. This does not seem like a manhunt into charcoal. Also, in the fact that you have to provide tons of linked things is kind of worrying. He's another one of the same lead artist saying 2 lads doing normal stuff, aka sharing nudes. It's completely normal guy things. Take what you want out of these, but a team that fosters this kind of shit is not a team you want to support. It's just odd that it's been an entire month and I've seen is 2 lads and DMs doing reasonably normal stuff. If you can give me proper proof about mucking me about, I'll look into it. I've seen this city situation. Calling someone useless means nothing. It's a glancing comment. I don't see actual substance. I ran up 2 videos, in fact. Unedited convos with the racist admin, same one that leaked nudes, also. If you have 2 pearly dazzlers, so don't call them broken. Wearing glasses doesn't mean broken. Wearing glasses is the DPS buff. Yeah, I'm squeezing like a bitch. Oh, should I talk Chinese then? Oh my fucking god. What? That's cringe. You know how to punish Dio, actually? Oh? Oh? I simply cannot read such things. Oh, okay, I thought you were Asian when I saw you squinting. But yeah, I typically punctuate the majority of my sentence. But what? Don't know what that means. Am I gonna ban from nudity? It's gonna be random titties on my stream suddenly. Bro, I had literally already forgotten what had even begun such a conversation. I had to squint to remember. Squint, it reminds me of this old joke like army men brought dental floss across overseas in case they got into a melee fight with Japanese. They can blind them with it. I'm not racist because I have yellow fever. I'm protect. That gif is so good. This is such a good gif. What the fuck? Is that you? Why are you so pretty? But your ears are brown and droopy. I like... What? Faster in the consequences of your jokes. What if alligators had wings and preyed on human children? I'm gonna go lie down while you backpedal for your life. What? Alright, I'm meeting this tweet. Remember to hold people accountable, even if they made your favorite game, and thank you for taking this seriously. It means the world to my friend that people care enough to spread the word. I'm sure it means the world to other victims, too. This is so interesting. I believe there's a card that insta-kills you, so... How much of a rerun, but we gotta determine if things are good, so you have input. Being used in culturally inappropriate way. What? I don't care to read the rest of this. Interesting, though. Alright, let me catch up on chat. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat at all during that. Yes, hello, how are you? Says Mel. The idol. What the fuck? Also, hey, this is why I play games and not care about drama. I mean, I generally do that. I don't even know there's drama until, like, someone brings it up. Generally, I don't follow teams or anything. I don't even join, like, gaming discords. It's just unfunny people trying to be cool and edgy. Yeah. This is why you don't share nudes. Yeah, why would you share other people's nudes? I mean, I know people do it, but I think everyone that has ever done it has always been scumbags anyways. I think like college frat boys type of scumbag when I think about it. But yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Interesting. One top scary videos video on YouTube. What is that, Tally? I care not about their plight. I shall continue to enjoy Phasmo. I mean, that's fine. I don't care too much about whether or not people play it or not. It's just interesting that they are being so dumb. Basically. I've just been... Oh god, that's interesting. Twitch just did an @mention thing. That's interesting. But 1 second. I've been just playing games on stream, to be honest. While looking for jobs, I got a job, and starting in a few weeks, and now I'm binging Final Fantasy VII before I start work. Ew, you're working. Disgusting. He wouldn't be able to sleep for a week. The top 5 punish... Oh. Does Dio get really scared of horror stuff? I know he does. He doesn't like watching horror movies when we have horror movie nights. But... interesting. Oh, sorry, you're gonna get the new COD, but it's just a better Battlefield. I have not gotten any of the last few CODs, like, at all. I don't think. I have nothing personally against them, I just haven't. Wasn't she, like, around here earlier? Bro, she's dead? Thank you, game. I appreciate the fucking acknowledgement. Wow. That's crazy.
Rena, how could this be?
My daughter deserved better. The fault lies with me. I chose duty over my daughter's safety. And that is how fate has answered.
I'll find them. The foul wretches responsible for this. I'll hunt them down and exterminate every last one of them.
Yeah.
Rest assured, Arena, it will be done.
This guy's gonna go on a fucking murderous rampage now.
I'll hunt them down. Rest assured.
Well, that's awkward. It was nighttime, and it don't do well with these things at night. I told him the same ghost story I told you in the podcast. So yeah. Battlefield, but better. It's fun. They slowed down running. Well, although I would be very down to play new games, I'm also trying not to spend a lot of money on games because I am struggling financially. So I cannot say I would play. Don't expect me to play. I might, but don't expect too much in that regard. Yeah, I gotta move. I gotta move to Nora, and I have a wedding to consider as well. So like, financially, I'm struggling. But sure, there's a lot of fun to be had still. Does anyone ever figure out what these arrow indicators actually do? By the way? You know this new thing that people invented called gifting? Grifting? Wait, what? Sorry, my mic is blocking. Gifting? Gifting? What do you mean by gifting? Does it get hit with kindness? Wait, what? Like Steam sharing? That kind of thing? I mean, I've done that with people. I've Steam shared games. But can you do that for multiplayer games, though? I don't think you can, right? I mean, I think it still counts. It's just you can't play multiplayer aspects of the game. So like you can play like the single player parts of it, but I don't think you can play the Ooh, I want to see what that is. I'm I going a direction? I am going a direction. I'm gonna keep going in this direction because I want to see what that is. I've never figured out how to get on top of one of those. Me gifting you a game. Oh, you don't have to. I actually, there's just so many things I can play, and I'm not even sure if I would play a lot. I feel bad. I genuinely don't know if I'll be able to play or not. I want to, but with all the things I want to play, could I? You know? You know? You know? Can somebody get on one of those? I know you can, I just don't know how. Maybe if I stay underneath his feet, I'll be able to. It'll stop me and I'll just glitch on up. You guys are the dorks. I'm not the... You guys are the dorks. Can I damage him? Wait, hold on. What does this stuff break off? Break it all off, see if it does anything. Oh shit! He ain't liking it. I don't think he's liking it anyways. Oh, it's working! It's working! Gaming instincts OP, baby! Oh, fuck. Oh, that's so cool. Now what? Hint. Whitefoot mosses. Oh. Thank you. There's some cheap games you can get for Halloween theme called Up on Observation Duty. There's 5 games total and they have some spook. It's mainly a find the difference game with some twist. You can get chat on it. That'd be fun. You can chat to... With the Remembrance duplication menu, you can duplicate remembrance that you previously acquired. Oh! That's kind of cool. So now I have 2 of them. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of really cool. Oh, I love that. You see D-Tune's haunted and oh yeah, this is, I know a lot of people already know D-Tune here because he's a homie. We love him. If you guys don't know, he's been doing these paranormal streams recently that have been really, really fucking fun to watch. I would definitely recommend checking it out if you haven't. He has a lot of like vods. I think he even has them upload on YouTube as well. But definitely well worth watching though. You guys just want like it's such a unique idea on Twitch, but it's so nice to see. And it also makes me happy because it's one of those things that me and D-Tune actually back then we joked about, we talked about. It was like, oh, one day we should do a IRL paranormal stream. And it started off as a joke, but clearly it became something else. And we used to talk about it several times. It'd be really fun to do a paranormal stream together. Oh my god. I saw him edit some of it. D-Tune parastreams are cool. Yeah, they're so fun. I was watching it while I was in Norway. It makes me so happy, like that a random idea we had just worked out. Are they just screaming? I want to end their pain. Look at that. You're hungry? Go get some food. Go get some food. I ate before I started stream today. I took care of myself today. Happy days. Rather difficult. It would be fun to do a collab with them. We've been trying to get a collab to work together for years, and I still have not been able to. So nothing ever worked out, and then I obviously went to a hiatus, and he popped off. So I'm happy for him, but it'll probably be very difficult to get a collab with Decent going unless I could afford to move around for it. Like a paranormal stream, I mean. But it would be fun though. It would be definitely a lot of fun. I would love to do one. Dude, these guys are screaming in pain. I feel so bad. I want to end their misery. Like, unironically want to end their misery. Yeah, no, like, I know he's... I can tell just by how busy he is. It'll be very hard to actually get in touch with him. Is it possible? For sure. But not when he has, like, so many different things planned. Like, he was also just finishing his tour recently. And now there's TwitchCon, and he's still like planning on running episodes for the paranormal stuff. Like he a busy fella. It's there in a transporter trap. What the fuck is that? You activated my trap card, bitch. Am I gonna fight someone? What? Can I open this now? Yeah, he busy. He busy. Bitch, what? Bitch, what? Oh, fuck me, dude. I need to rest at a damn bonfire. Should have rested on that site? Yeah, I should have. I saw it and I was like, oh, but I have everything I need. I guess I don't need to. Actually fucking trolled. Where was I? Exploring. What was I exploring over here? Oh, the actual audacity. Cringe. My wrists are fucked. Alright, well, I mean, we can go here, 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 here, and here. I think are key interest spots I want to see. Actually cheesed. I require you. I mean, I'm down. You guys go so late. I'm already tired right now. What time is it? 6:51. I'm tired. I want a nap. Low key. God damn! These guys are annoying. I hate those guys so much. It's 2 a.m. It's 6:52 p.m. for me, silly. I'm trying to adjust the schedule, but it's hard with my own schedule. Yeah, no, I get that. But I'd be down. It's just Misa tired. Misa tired all the time. At that point, when it's that late, I just wanna rest. Bitch, if you don't come back here right this instant, I'm just scrolled that. Up. Yeah, in the day I have a lot more free time. Unless I'm going to the gym and stuff. Oh, tunnel. Alright. I see tunnel, but I also see this. We're gonna do this first. Probably a boss. Probably one-shot it. But it might drop a cool weapon. Thing is, I only have a quiet space in the nighttime. Yeah, that's another thing. I get that as well. I get it. It's just unfortunate. The ancient hero of Zammer? Fuck, he fucks. Oh, he fucks. Not pretty. Hitsuga Tensho. This one probably would have been a really fun fight if I wasn't so fucking strong. Raises attributes, but also increases damage taken. Raises attributes, but increases damage taken. So, let's see. If I were to do that. Okay. Take that off. Do that. Take that off. Do that. Does that give me more HP? Oh, that gives me so much more. This is really strong. But it increases the damage I take. How much? Radagon's Scar Seal. How much damage? How much more damage do I take? I don't know. Or all the living happens in a day. That makes sense. You just take more damage, but like, I know it's. I wonder what the flat percentage is. Kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Because the extra HP, kind of nice. Not gonna lie. Ow. Right, I see a tunnel here. Let's go. Open a move next year. Is everyone just moving next year? You indirectly decide that next year is the time to move. Radagon Scar Seal. Swimming pool is malfunction. I'll see how easily I get cheese picked in this. If I take lots of damage in here, no. Ah, fuck. This is a poison lake. I hate that. We don't like no poison. I ain't a fan of no poison, mister. Wow. I can't tell because these guys are weak. I can't tell how much more damage I'm taking. So I'll most probably have a nice space for my setup in the new place, and that's when I'll make some plays. That sounds fun. But I mean, at that point, I'm probably in Norway though. Medallion, so that's what that gave me, which is a really cool item. I just have the stronger version now. So basically what I'm gathering from this place, it's a place I was supposed to go to early because I had a lot of cool fucking shit, but my blind ass somehow conveniently just missed everything over here. Nice. Giant rat. Like stuff that would have made the gameplay probably a lot funner, or like a lot easier. Not necessarily funner. I missed out on so fucking much. I'm poisoned. We're gonna Tyler and Squirmers and Benders and maybe on the 5th. Bro, Leo. But yeah, that's what I mean though, like eventually I'm gonna be in Norway. That'll make it even easier. Huh? Surely. Unless I wake up early in the day. Maybe. How did I miss this entire section of the map? It's crazy. So we... It's not 3 to go to. So let's keep going. Oh, hello, dude. I'm always the last to know about this. Got these spirits. That's 4. What do you see, bro? Oh, there it is, the tower. Finally, I can return to our home, bathed in the rays of gold. How does he see it? Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Fire bottle. I just stabbed a ghost in the ass. Fourth Church of Marika. America. Is this a sacred tier? This is gonna be a sacred tier, isn't it? It's a fucking sacred tier. Oh my god. How did I miss all these damn sacred tiers the first time I played this game? That has to be enough for me to like full heal even if I have very low HP. That's actually insane. That I've been missing all of these this entire fucking time. Wait, doesn't Melina have a chance to show up at these places? Can I talk to Melina? No, do that. Almost every church gives you a sacred tier. I've had like +2 the entire time. And even though I have no HP, it was still a pain in the ass to try to level up. Because I never had more than a +2. I had more flask, but never more than a +2. So I'd have to use like 2 flasks instead of 1 to get things done. Now I see how simple it fucking was. Just explore the damn churches. Dude, why are there so many people here? There has to be a lore reason for this, because this is really interesting. I see a lot of shipwrecks. I see a lot of ships over there. Where's the edge of the... So yeah, I now know that's what sacred tiers are. Sure they're not being chased. You're lucky. You guys are, so. Actually a full heal, basically. Oh my god. Oh, really? That's so much nicer. So much fucking nicer. What sounds good for dinner? Food. I mean, he's not wrong. I had rice today, but I've been craving pasta. If not pasta, maybe pizza. I'm craving pizza as well. Come here, bitch. Don't know what those things actually do. I think they're supposed to heal you, but they haven't healed me yet. We've been here. So we go to 4. We go to 4 now. Yeah, pasta sounds good. I want some pasta. I don't want to see what this does, to be honest. That's kind of cool, actually. That's really cool. What's in here? Open salami. Oh, I'm sorry. Who the hell is this? Miss?
It will do no good, I swear it.
What will do no good? Oh.
And yet you persist. You
Ramen's good,
frothing
but I was
degenerates.
craving like spaghetti, like proper pasta. Can I help her? Mushroom required ahead. Try pickle and then time for head. Oh my god, I get it. It's a fucking... People are being pervs. Mushroom though? I have mushrooms. Donna? Give her a mushroom? Where are mushrooms? They would be here. Maybe here, actually. There you go. There's probably something to do with her. I don't know what it is though. You expect teacher, but no attacking ahead. What am I supposed to do then? NPC, but like, what do? How to save NPC master. That's awful fucking. I see a bonfire over there. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go to it. See if I can like reset the area. Maybe she'll reset. I heard something. Lost Grace discovered.
Well, it's been an age. How can I help?
Purchase. Oh, he sells lanterns. Nice. Sells these as well. Also very nice. Oh, that's just gonna tell you how to drop them. Don't they have his Y-hander already? Fuck it, just in case I don't buy it.
Have a safe journey.
I go sleeps. Good night, peeps. Take care, Garu. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I appreciate that. It's nice to see your face. Get some rest. Get some proper rest today. Or tonight. Enjoy your weekend. Have a lovely and wonderful weekend. Middle Earth games? Like Lord of the Rings? Or is that something else? I guess they don't call it Middle Earth though, do they, in Lord of the Rings? I don't remember what they call it. I'm gonna look this girl up.
And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
Oh, she's just a multiple character. Oh. She respawns a lot. So in this instance, I can't do anything. This just to introduce me to the character. That's so cool. I respect that. Is there anything really else I want here? Dickheads. I'm going this way because I don't think I've seen it yet. She apparently gives you a quest at some point. What exactly, I do not know. Goodbye, loser. God damn, dude. What? Why can't I target him? What? I can't R1 him. Actually. Did I break the game? I remember this bug being a thing. We were here earlier. But I don't remember seeing that other guy. But I think I just broke the game a bit. I might have to restart the game or do something. I remember what it was I had to do to fix it. No, I have not been. Oh my god, I can't. Oh, this is what happened last time! I remember now! Fuck! Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm a fucking idiot. Can I do this now? Can't. If I unplug my controller. Plug it back in. I'm gonna restart the game real quick. I think I fucked up my game. Oh, fuck. Hopefully the relaunch is enough to fix the controls. Nope. Alright. Close all windows. Steam. Elden Ring. Better not be my actual R1 button broken though. That would be quite the inconvenience, because I like this controller a lot. It's rose pink. It reminds me of Sophia. What did I do to my wrist? My wrist feels jank. Okay, you gonna be lurking? Alright, enjoy your lurk. Take care. Behave. Be safe. Nani? What is that? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Sorry, I was just looking at something on Discord. Alright. I believe the R1 should work now. I guess that bug still exists. It's probably rare, but I guess it still exists. Yeah, there we go. I'm not trolling. I am not trolling, you're trolling. So, more or less, this entire spot, we figured it out. We explored that spot, more or less, I think, right? So, we're good. I'm sure there's a lore reason to why these guys are looking away at something. I want to go towards the water, the pool of water. Actually, let me stay close to the edge here first. I'm sure there's a lore reason why these guys are literally wandering towards the sea. I don't know it. I'm guessing they're undead, right? So maybe they were on shipwrecks and they're trying to find a way back home, but they can't, so they yearn for the travel across the seas. Like that's kind of my first guess towards figuring out like what exactly they are. But honestly, who knows? Who the fuck knows? Okay, grab this. Alright, we're gonna go to 5, and then I think that's all of it. 0.5 that we marked. Can't see us needing to go anywhere else really in this area. Unless I missed something blatantly obvious. Maybe that giant tree is one of those things I could have potentially blatantly obviously missed. Which, honestly, I wouldn't put it past me. So nice, a proper full heal. Insane. Fucking mosquitoes. Fucking mosquitoes. Alright. I'm gonna go towards this giant tree that's just chilling up here. It occurred to me. Why not? Why don't I go for the giant tree? In all honesty, I don't know. It's right there. Something's attacking me. That scared the fuck out of me. Singing is still hauntingly beautiful. See one of you. Was there like a boss here? There is a boss Whatever. Oh, kind of funny. Enemy fells. Do I get anything? Opaline Bubble Tier. Crimson Burst Crystal Tier. That's kind of cool. I don't know what they do exactly, but I can check in this once we get to the bonfire. We're definitely exploring, making sure I got everything I possibly can. Because I definitely feel like I miss stuff so fucking easily in this game. Don't trees drop like golden seeds? Or does it not have any? I guess there's a chance this one doesn't have anything. It drops a giant boss instead. That has some tears in its eyes. I almost walked to my death. Nice. For the singing, goodbye. I think it's so cool that there's a character that actually sings in this game. And it's not just any kind of character, it's like it's an actual spooky one, which is such a neat little concept. Really fucking cool if they do something like that, honestly. Alright, so we killed that boss, got some sort of tier thing. Got 2 tiers actually. And that's more or less this entire area, I think. I'm not sure if there's anything else now. Mushroom time for high road. Fall to your death. Ah, ah, ah. Alright, neat. So I guess I go back here? Honestly? Somewhere else to go. Oh, there's a road here. Seems like I can explore. It's all this terrain over here that I haven't explored. We'll do a little bit of exploring, because last time I was clearly trolling. And I was not exploring. The game wants me to walk that way, but how the fuck did they expect me to walk that way? Fucking gnarly pool. Trying to find another way down. I'm definitely being attacked. That much is obvious. There's a lot of stuff in this game, it seems like, that I'm just blandly oblivious to. I'm not surprised. It's just a surprising amount, I think, is what's really getting me. It's like, damn, you missed this much? How blind are you? Type of ordeal. That led to the trees. I don't know what the fuck that leads to. I think it's really cool that we see these giant tree though, right here. Is there not a boss that spawns here? Did I never fight here? I don't remember fighting here. No, I think I fought here actually. Yeah, I think I fought one of those tree things here. Way back when. This is like before I left for Norway. Seems burgers again for tonight. That sounds good though, at least. Could have been worse, right? Huh. I'm currently trying to find spots that I have largely missed. Is that terrain I can actually walk on? Hold up. Oh, hold up. There's a hidden spot over here. Never mind. It still sounds like... Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It still sounds like a good dinner. Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay, just drop here. Go this way. Where does this lead to exactly? Because I'm gonna go to the left here. I'm just gonna stick close to this left wall. And maybe it'll take me somewhere. What kind of burger is it though? Is it just like a regular burger? Sword dance. Nice. Surely there's something here. Yeah, surely there's something here. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. A dungeon. Because it felt oddly suspicious, didn't it? That... Like I fucked people up, huh? Sometimes I forget that when you open a menu, you can't do anything. Summoning pool is now functional. Oh, that's cool. I love invisible walls. That's so cool. I haven't had a proper burger in a while. Root resin. Pretty neat. Heard more. Ow. Oh, I always knew I hated those characters. Running by all of them. Not a fan of them dagger folks. Can you chase me? Oh, that's where it was. I was wondering where the fucking trap was. I see. We see now. Alright, fuck it. Kill you first. You as well. Be jump scared by you. And then grab the it. That's really it though. No, something feels suspicious. Didn't expect hidden path. I don't believe it. I still feel like I need to go somewhere. Okay, no hidden path there. Unless there's one here. Nicely done. Human bone shard. Watch dog staff. Wait, that's it though? Watch what human bone shard is. Now 5 of them. I mean, I have a feeling I know what it is. But I still wanted to see what it was. Alright, I need to see the staff now. Glintstone's staff styled as a scepter, a gift once given to the demi-humans to foster peace, was wielded even by those of low intelligence. What was that staff though we just got? Or something else, wasn't it? Was it an item? Some sort? Oh, I don't know what it was. It wasn't the staff I just read. The staff I just read was something else. I forgot what item I got already. That's true. That's silly. I'm so silly. I lost it. Follow the messages, my dude? Oh yeah, no, I have been. I'm just lost. Also, welcome. What's up, Aton? How are you doing? Alright. Is there a pathway here? Oh, there probably is actually, isn't there? Yeah, there is. I'm a fucking idiot. I just stopped right there. There we go. Alright, let's go. Thank you, Aton. Callers. I did damage to this guy, but that's not the guy. It don't look like a snail either. Oh fuck, he killed me. Yeah, I'm not doing any damage. Spirit color snail. So I'm guessing there's a snail somewhere in this room that's summoning spirits. That's probably the most logical explanation. Oh, I see it. It's in the back corner on the right there. Hold up. Okay, yeah, I see it. I get what's going on now. I died again. That's on me. But I see it. This guy hurts. Is it because of this ring? Wait, A-Town. I have a question for you if you're still hanging around. Do you have someone to distract? I mean, I can. I don't feel like I need it that much. Not for this. I feel like I'm very over leveled. I'm just trolling. He's definitely gonna summon someone else now, right? Glintstone Sorcerer's Ashes. I'm just trying to explore a little bit right now, and I'm trying to go to find like spots on the map that I haven't been to. And like here, I'll show you my map in a second. And thank you by the way, thank you. This entire bottom section I didn't realize existed until I realized like yesterday. I was like, wait, there's a little bridge here that leads off road, and I followed that entire thing and I was like, holy fuck, there's so much shit there. An entire section of the map that I didn't know existed. And I have a feeling there's stuff like that up here as well, maybe. So I'm just kind of exploring. Rip boss? Yeah, rip boss. But now I'm kind of like, well, what else is there? Because there's this shit here that I want to go there. I don't know how to get there, but I want to go there. And I also figured out how to bring down the giant turtles or what. I'm not sure what they're called, but they're like turtles on rocks with bells. Figured that out. So I'm just kind of exploring instead of going to this. It'll let me Grand Lift of Rolls instead of going there. I'm just kind of exploring. But I do want to go see those thingamabobs in this guy. Is there... Well, I guess I don't want too many spoilers. But is there anything, like, cool or major that's easily missable that I might not have seen before? Would you know? Oh, actually, there's this entire valley over here that has a whole bunch of stuff that I never really decided to play because I got fucking terrified whenever I saw it. They had some archers that did some major damage. Small town where I am now. Really? There it is. I realized only just now, by the way, that I can break this shit down. Wait, what? Where's the white moss? I don't see no white moss. It's a lie. Kill all of you. Is it up against the rocks? Okay, I will. I'm trying to see if I can bring this thing down. I don't know how exactly. I'm guessing it has something to do with these people that are chilling around here. was expecting that. Wait, what the fuck? Are they respawning? I think they're respawning. Yep. Actually, no, I don't think they are. Can I break this free? I'm really hoping this works, otherwise I'm gonna feel like I wasted a lot of time here. It's just dead in the ground like that. I'm really hoping it works. God damn. Alright, that's not the last one. There's one more over here. But I think this is the last one, right? More over here. The fuck? Are they spawning back? Alright, that should be the last one, right? Oh, actually. I have an idea. I didn't even think about this. Did that fucking work? No. So that's where all the moss is. That's so cheesy! How the fuck was I supposed to know that? Falling. It was indeed falling. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Can I not break this anymore? Okay. That's fine. Alright, let's go check out this town you're talking about though. Let's go and give it a look-see. Is there anything in here? This lets me duplicate things. I don't know what exactly I would do with them, to be honest. So I'm saving them for now. There might be another boss that would be really fun to duplicate. Because I think that's the idea. But you said head north? A-Town? Like here north? All the way up here? I hope I didn't just fuck up by jumping up there. Oh, wait. What? What is this spot? I have not seen this yet. East Ray Loop. In the lake still? Okay. I just want to see what this takes me. Oh, that's where it takes me? That's kind of lame. I don't care for that. I don't care for that. trying to figure out what you're trying to say. I'm just skipping through right now.
You're...
I'm saying it's like up here, maybe? Or is it this area? Where exactly would it be? Do you know? Just like in TV there. I somehow missed a giant fucking place. These guys are kind of tanky. They're kind of tanky. The whole off rock down the right side of Lake Ilerna. Okay. I'll take a look see here. Let me just explore this spot just a wee bit. I don't think I've ever been up here. Vellum Church. Is that another sacred tier? Okay, I'm letting you know this now because before this stream today, my flask was plus, I think, 2. Now it's gonna be plus 6. I did not realize there's so many tiers just easily accessible. And I'm not leveling up HP at all. Just to spite people. And it's nice to be actually able to full heal myself now, because I was not able to beforehand. This is kind of cool, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'll take a look here in a second. I'm literally just running by the mall. I just want to see what's inside this giant thing. Surely this it's not a boss fight, is it? I'm not gonna fucking into myself, am I? No, it's not. Okay, there's a bonfire here. Whew.
NANI? Months Punk.
Hey, Nalik, thank you so much for the 23 months now. Damn, that's almost 2 whole years. Thank you so much for that. There's somewhere another path leading back to the foot of the Earth Tree. Alright, I don't know what this place is. Looks kind of fucking cool, but I'm gonna go find this thing. He said it's on the, let me see, the whole wall off rock down the right side of Lake Ilerna. Lake. Oh, right side. What? In the lake still, like up against the rocks. I'm gonna go to this one. See if that's a good spot. I'll try to find the name of the place, BRB. Okay, sorry. Thank you, A-Town. But months, 23 months. That's impressive. My lame ass has gotten 23 months of subbing from you. For that, I'm greatly appreciative. Why me? Dun, dun, dun. We're trying to find this village. Man, there's another, like, 2 spots I haven't been to, and they look kind of really cool. Basically, this session has been me going back and trying to figure out, like, certain places I've been to. And I'm realizing how much I've actually missed in this game. Oh, that might kill me. Oh, how much I've actually missed in this game from just being a blind bat. Basically. I'm trying to find a village right now. Some sort of lost village. it? Village of the Albianarix. Oh, that's definitely a bonfire I don't have. Where is it, like, on the map here? Is it, like, where I'm looking at right now? In this area? Should I go here? Or is it, like, farther right? I'm using this as a starting point. Get off me, wolf. Yeah, the game is huge. And I was looking at my flask. I had +2 in terms of healing boost or whatever. Now it's +6 after just exploring just a decent amount. And I was doing all this hard shit without it. See, I realized I fucked up. But damn, we're almost at 1,500 deaths. Wait. Yeah, that's right. We start at 1486. Oh, that scared the fuck out of me. But yeah, A-Town, do you know if it's like right here? Might be in the south of the lake? Like over here? Temple Quarter. Near the Rose Church? Alright. We shall go to Folly on the Lake and head towards the Rose Church. Oh, down from there? So maybe I'm actually like right next to it. Not this village, is it? No, that's a shack. Smithing stone. Golden brew. We'll look. We'll give it a look. Whoa, what the fuck? That's a bot. Wait, what? These guys are bosses. What are they doing here? Oh god. Hold on. Ugh. Slow down. Make me check. Stay on that path. I'll stay on the path. These guys are tanky as fuck. There has to be a way to break through it. Oh, this guy's just standing there, though. They're bosses. I don't want to fall off here. I don't know where I am exactly. I'm hoping I'm going the right way. Somber smithing stone. There's nothing specific to this spot that I see, right? So maybe it's like over here. like the colors of these crystals a lot, actually. Wait, am I going the right way? Am I going the wrong way now? I'm heading towards Rose Church. It's this way, right? I'm trolling? Confirmed? A circle. I'm gonna go this way. Back down, follow the wall. Okay, I'm gonna follow this wall right here. On the left. This is where we fought those guys earlier. Looks like the right way? Hoping it's the right way. Because I feel like an idiot. Sorry, horse. See that bridge to the top? Bridge to the top. Oh, is it that thing? Am I trolling? Is it this thing up here? Am I fucking trolling? This village, the village you're talking about?
Thank you.
I'm trolling, wasn't I? There was like this Albus Dumbledore dude over here at some point that just died.
Oh, well, what do you make of it?
Oh, who's she?
What I witnessed a sight much the same in my infancy. The oppression of the weak. Murder and pillage unchecked. A waking nightmare made by men. But this time, and though the suffering cannot be undone, justice to the oppressors. Let the scars I carve remind them. I am Nefeli Lu, warrior.
Nice.
But this time, and though the justice to let the scars.
I don't know what that means exactly, but nice. So I've been here, it seems like, but is there like something to this place that I don't remember? I didn't even realize that girl existed. That's a bonfire I saw. Don't really care about that guy. Over here was an Albus. He's dead. I heard someone crying. Depraved perfumer robe. This isn't the wooden bridge though. So there Must be something else, right? Also, what does this exactly give you? Oh shit! Thank you so much for the raid, pizza.
See your face.
But I know it's you. Thank you so much for that raid, Hitsu pizza. Long time no see. Damn, that sounds nice to hear.
You're an original, aren't you?
I feel like that notification should play every single time. 12 months plus. Thank you so much for the sub as well. How are you doing? What are you up to? Do I have a mod in chat? Tally, are you there? If not, I'm gonna shout you out. I'm trying to find this wooden bridge that you mentioned, and I don't see it. Pizza raid, pizza raid. What's up, Mars? Or
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought
There it
something
is.
peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
thank you so much for that follow. I live on Mars. I'm gonna call you Mars though, if that's okay. Okay, so this is the bridge. The bridge that I was trolling and not seeing. I'm having dinner. Nice to meet you. That sounds good. What are you eating? We had some. Oh, that's right. I remember now. Tally was having some hamburgers. But pizza, what were you up to? We started with Runbow and ended with a game of Valorant. Oh. First of all, I'm gonna give you a shout out. But I was talking about this earlier in this chat. If anyone wanted to like send in a VOD, I was thinking of just doing a random VOD review of someone's gameplay in Valorant. If they wanted it, at least. And then I thought it would be like a fun way to like, hey, okay, what can we do? Like basically like a coaching session, and we just do a VOD review live. And I thought it'd be a fun thing to do. But I have no one yet. So if you ever wanted to, I'm just saying, I would be more than happy to. Because I thought it'd be cool. But these guys do just spawn there. They're just chilling there. What the fuck? I mean, I guess I met a new character I didn't know existed. But I didn't realize I was already there. I'm sorry, A-Town, for that. I was trolling you the entire time. But thank you for the warning, at least. Or the... No, not warning, what is it called? The knowledge? Thank you for the knowledge. Oh, thank you again, Mars, for coming in with that raid, though. Enjoy your dinner. I would still like to know what you had for dinner if you want to share. But no need to, don't pressure. I just hope you're having a good meal, that's all. That's all I can really hope for. Why no access? Desu? Am I not worthy enough? This place is so cool though. What do I do here? It's like a holy worship site. Isn't there emotes in this game? Pretty sure there is. If I just chill here, does anything come? I don't know. Did you play Valorant for real? I'm bad too. I'm new, to be fair. I mean, I'm down. Just add me. My Twitch thing is Hitsuga #, hashtag thingy XIIIII 13. It's 13. And no, it's fine if anyone's bad. I don't mind too much. It's just more so like it'd be a good way for me to work on my awareness. Looks like it's such a cool spot, and I can't even use it. I don't either. Good question. back here, you dick. Armor smithing stone free. But yeah, I'm just chilling. Hope you're having a good day, pizza. Also, I wanted to ask, what's Runbow? I've never heard of Runbow. It's such a cool looking place and I can't even do anything here? There's no way that's a thing. There has to be something there. There has to be. I don't know what it would be, but there has to be, right? Like, there has to be. What's that sound? Is that the fucking Eye of Sauron? Nani? What the fuck, dude? If I hide behind stuff, I don't think it gets me. Who do I play? I mean, guess who do I play? Knowing what you know about me, I'm gonna need a proper guess. I should be done. I don't know how to play again, but I'm so done. Honestly, no tutorial. Just fuck you the whole. Yeah, if you ever want to, just let me know. I would actually really want to do that. I feel like it'd be really fun to go through a VOD review, and then even if you're not there, I would like go through it, and then I could just show you like what I said or what we talked about in the VOD. It's gonna be a cool way of getting some things going on. Stay close, stay close, stay close, stay close. Stay close, you won't go crazy. Stay close, you won't go crazy. I don't know what this thing is exactly, but it's kinda cool, not gonna lie. Remember it was like a color platform version of Speed Racers? Run, really? Brimmy? Brimmy? Though I see why you say it. No, I do not play a Brimmy. I see why you say it though. Jet, Reyna, etc. Time for ruin. Time for revenge. These guys died to them? Seems like these guys died to them. Not me though. I could never. For I am amazing at this game. Yeah, I play Reyna. I play duelist basically. I'm all about that dueling life, you know. That was kind of a cool little spot, honestly. I've never seen that until just now. That was really cool. I like that. I'm yet again another area that I have not yet seen. Like, how cool is this? Another area that I haven't seen. But yes, no, if you ever want to play, Mel, just add me. I have like a lot of accounts. You can play normals or other stuff. And if you ever have a VOD, just let me know as well. I don't mind. No, I don't want to like carry. I don't like carrying. But I do have a lot of accounts. And did I carry in those accounts? Maybe. I died. Honestly, didn't need to fight them. I don't know why I fought them. But yeah, if you guys ever have vods, I'd be down. And that could be like, I just think it'd be a fun way to just be like, yeah, I'm not that good, but I can still help people get better. I can VOD review and give advice, compliment the good things, compliment or talk about things that they should focus on. I used to do coaching, then I stopped. I gotta go to bed here in a second, but I want to send my love your way. Much love, King. Thank you so much again for hanging out. Thank you for raiding. Next time you see Mars, tell her thank you for coming on a raid with you, because that was pretty dope. Actually, Tally. Oh, thank you so much for gifting Tally a sub, pizza. Oh, jeez. Sorry, lost my moment. Thank you so much. I'll tell him thank you. Yeah, I don't know what he's eating. He left to go eat his food. I don't know what he's eating, but now I'm starting to crave a lot of food, so I wanted to know. But let him know. Let him know that you're having a kick-ass time. I don't even know. I know. He talked about food casually, and then he just dips on us. Mars, get back here. We want to know. We want to know so bad. Old place ruins? Aw, hell no. Dip fast, we dip fast. I'm finishing up my chicken teriyaki. That sounds good. I don't know when I'll use these, but we got another one. Had a burger was tasty. What kind of burger was it? Did I ask? I wonder if I asked you what kind of burger it was. It was a damn good burger. That's what I hope. Oh, there's a bonfire here. Yeah, I got some chicken street taco kit from Costco. What? I mean, taco sounds good, but what? Street taco kit? That sounds troll as fuck. Well. That's a way to die. Bring another thing till after I had stopped playing. Yeah, apparently they let you duplicate boss souls. So that's pretty nuts. So like, you know, sometimes the boss soul only gives you like one item. This lets you duplicate the boss souls multiple times, so you can do more than one item. I knew there's a way to get on it. I didn't think there's a way to bring it down until I noticed these glowing white mosses on another one. But that was a completely different one, not the one I thought it was. Because the one in the main lake is completely different. Dip, 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 dip. Yeah. When I realized that they give you that, I was like, oh, that's insane. I thought they were cute little friendly giant beast things. I didn't realize they actually had a purpose. But now, at least I have 3 spots where I can maybe go do mausoleum stuff if I ever get a boss soul that I really, really want. Which is kind of cool. Kind of dope. I dig that. What's this area? There's a bonfire here as well. Grace. Sorry. I keep calling everything a bonfire. Did I lose the grace just now? Oh, what? Hold up. Was there not a grace? Am I trolling? There it is. Oh, that's nice ahead. That's a nice head. That should be looking nice. Oh, you did see it? But Pizza, don't worry. You go get that rest. I appreciate you once again. Thank you for rating. Seriously, if you guys would like to check out Pizza, please do. I don't know what Runbow is specifically, but I kind of want to see what it looks like now. Oh, my eye. Ah, my eye. Ow, my eye. My hair is getting in my eye. So this place seems kind of nuts. Though I don't want to. I am curious why there's a stake of Martika. I don't even think it's Martika. I keep saying Martika. Old place ruins. I healed again. When I heal, I get more armor. Ha ha ha. There's literally 2 giant arrows of death sticking out of me. I love this ring. Absolutely love that ring. There's a bear here. Trailer, I'm down. I'll watch it. I am totally down to watch a trailer about it. Because like I said, it seems interesting. Speedrunners is something I enjoyed a lot. I actually got to play with a dev a while back. forgot why exactly. I think we were giving away keys. And a dev stopped by. And they were like, oh shit, you're giving away keys? Nice. Wanna do something together and just play? I'm like, yeah, dude, I do. That's how that went down. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, post in chat. Post in chat. That's fine. I'll just open in chat. I'll open this. Clearly, it's another entrance. And then I'm gonna go grab my souls. This is the Black Knife Catacombs. Whatever that means. Sounds spooky. The Beast Eye Quivers? What the fuck does that mean? I don't know what the fuck that means. That kind of scares me. Not gonna lie. Alright, let me see this. I'll switch to... Oh, that's my face. Hi. I'll switch to this.
Rated everyone.
Okay. 8-player local, 9-player online. So does it operate kind of like speedrunners then? Just different way of running instead of like swinging around or using items, you're just hopping around back and forth. And if you fall, you die. Or you get eliminated, I guess. Costumes and costumes. Are you ready? Run, Bo! Nintendo Switch. That seems kind of fun. That looks like fun. That's my face again. Hello. That does seem like a lot of fun. A backstab is enough for them. You earlier. Take care of you too. Thank you. Grab your stuff. Nice. It's a fun party game. Yeah, it kind of works like Career, where the goal is to reach the end without falling. And the thing, if you're on the match, and the thing you're on matches the color in the background, it disappears and down you fall. Oh, so there's like a little gimmick to it too. That's kind of cool. I like that concept. I don't know why there was a statue of whatever earlier. All right, let's check out the Black Knife Catacombs. I don't know how I found this, but we found it, and we're gonna explore it. King the Hill mode, PvP mode. I didn't see the challenges part, but very fun community part. It looked like fun. I mean, I enjoyed speedrunners a lot back in the day. So. This gonna be rough. This gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough, I can tell. How is he not dying? Oh, it's you. That makes so much sense. I was really trying to figure out like how I just took a giant arrow to my face. How they weren't dying, because I thought I was cutting their souls, but he was just standing there. Yeah, that definitely seems like a fun stream of viewers kind of game. I definitely want to play it. Not much for sure. There's a damn magician somewhere around here. There's a gosh darn magician somewhere around here. Fuck me. Oh, that's full heal. Oh, that's so nice. I finally have a full heal. They're being carried by someone, and I don't know who. I'm not a fan. The less things I can target, the better. It's like crab. Want crab for breakfast? First off, not here. No. Okay. That'd be fun. I wanna. Once we start getting to a point, I think, where like people come out to hang more often, because I know it's still very sus on my part whether or not I'm actually gonna be here to fucking stream. But I think it'd be nice, like, once we get to some sense of normalcy, to have like some viewer type of streams. 'Cause those are really fun. Like, I was in Ray's stream, which, by the way, if I have a mod that's around, could you shout out Ray? I was in Ray's anniversary stream, and that was pretty fucking fun, actually. Is there no invisible wall? First off, crab. And she was playing this one game that had it was like, there's these old movie clips that plays, right? And in these old movie clips, there's a thing that like gets deleted, and then the viewers are supposed to dub, or the people that are playing, they're the ones that are supposed to dub the what the voice actors are saying, or what the actors are saying in that part, and it just like does a little like robot-y voiceover, which is really fucking funny. Dude, where is this? That's fucking Can I stand on these? Once they drop? I can't stand on them! Knew it. I had an inkling, a suspicion that was the case. Nah. Very much. Bye. Tickets. Oh no, it's not this enemy, is it? This enemy is so jarring to me. I remember this guy. This one was actually fucking with me last time I saw him. attacking and then boss. Okay, sure. What is that though? Is that where the crabs were? Jesus fuck! Alright, finally. I fucking ripostate him! I wanted to! But I didn't! Dickhead! Die! Assassin Cerulean Dagger. Black knife print. Black knife print. What does that mean? I want to see this. Because when he was doing damage to me, he was stopping me from... It's a key item though, wasn't it? Aw, man, I'm hearing her voice. I miss her. She's so precious. I love her. I love her. What does this do? Mark of the Night of the Black Knives Ritual. Okay. On the Night of the Black Knives, someone stole a fragment of the death from Malekith the Black Blade and imbued its power into the assassin's dagger. This mark is evidence of the ritual and hides the truth of the conspiracy. So what do I do with it? Curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater. A tender pox afflicted omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls from returning to the Erd Tree, leaving them forever cursed. One of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. Man, why is the Dung Eater such a weirdo? Speaking of which, where is the Dung Eater? Yes, I am in love. They were a struggle for slow weapon. This boss just now? I mean, he was kicking my ass. That didn't change. Somewhere a heavy door has appeared. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Okay. Keep forgetting that happens. How are you, by the way, Snake? Good morning to you, I'm assuming. What's going on? I believe it. That guy is so fucking jumping around everywhere. If I wasn't fucking speedy, like attack-wise, probably a pain in the ass. Ooh, Wingardium Levy. Oh, have I not been here? Indiana Jones would have a heartbeat watching me. That much is for sure. Or have a heartbeat? The fuck does that even mean? He would have a heartbeat. That's silly. I'm silly. I'm being silly. Sorry, guys. I apologize for my silliness. Level up. Look at 50,000. Damn. So, fuck. I'm trying to figure out. The Dung Eater is supposed to be somewhere. The question is where? But I mentioned I got home from poker about 37 minutes ago, so I'm, oh god, so you haven't slept yet. Oh, that's so great. That's funny. That was purely accidental, but that just played out like that. That's funny. Could be better, but I'll manage. How have you not? Oh god, you haven't gotten any sleep then. Hello, friend. Yes.
Strange. There's something else.
What?
But the death yet quenches.
What? One, two, three, four, five. I'm pretty sure I can. Because I've seen his attack moves. He does the same kind of shit. But... What the fuck?! Go, man! Why do you attack me? I didn't hit him, did I? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Why though? Why did it happen? That scared the living shit out of me. After I give him 4, he does that? Did he want more? Is he angry that I didn't bring more? I'm sorry. What's the reason? Am I supposed to kill him? Armor Smithing Stone 9. Oh wait, this place is actually higher level than I expected. Sense because these guys are living through my damage. Still doesn't explain what just happened though. Am I supposed to kill him? Can I make him not be angry at me? No, give me answers. I'm actually so stressed. I'd say lore reason, but not sure if you can fight him here. Those guys are actually fucking me up. Oh, fuck. Wait. 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 Oh, fuck. Wait. Not dealing with that. 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 Alright, I want my souls. Let's prior. Fuck killing. Get souls first. Then maybe this guy. Maybe I kill this guy. I mean, I don't have souls anyways, right? Let's fuck it. Let's fight him. What's the worst that could happen? Not exactly what I wanted to do there. Gotta be honest. Not what I wanted to do there. And you're saying there's no way I can make him not angry? Fuck. I'm gonna kill this guy. I can't kill this guy. He's basically a boss. Did I not have enough death root? I'm sorry. What the fuck? Oh wait, does he? You didn't kill him then? Roll forward, actually. I just wanted to keep rolling back so I could heal. So you didn't actually kill him. It's just you make him low enough, which obviously I'm feeling kind of might be difficult. Did you murk him completely though? Do you remember what you did? Or did you just make him low enough and he just stopped attacking? Sneak around him. Oh. I'm guessing it was like very low HP of his bar, right? Like maybe last like 10% of his HP bar though. which I'm not sure if I'm gonna be capable of doing right now, because he's fucking me out. Damn. Maybe if I can stagger him. Maybe he'll change his mind if I can stagger him. Alright, fuck it. Talk to you, bitch. Come over here.
Put it away. I won't forget. Again, my appetite. My sin. So please. Enough.
I'll take that. I'll take that. You're not gonna attack me anymore, right? Bitch. Dickhead. Okay. So it was just a stagger. I think I staggered him there. It's either low enough HP or a stagger, it seems like. Here's the second phase. I wasn't ready for this. Wait, that's kind of cheap. I couldn't get my stagger off, dude. Look how much damage I did to him. If I got that stagger. But his head was like floating all the way up in the sky. Damn. Alright, so what I realized there. I like the long range of this weapon a lot. But I'm gonna change something. Like that. Alright. Two of those maybe. Two of those might be enough for me to kill this guy. was on range. I dodged his first like little jab, so I was like, oh, that wasn't that far. Then his second jab went like really far for some reason. That kind of surprised me. Wasn't ready for that. That time he was behind the fucking gate and he was still able to reach me. What? Okay, but what I just got from that though, I think I can beat this boss. So, fuck it. We'll beat this boss. Maybe that'll give me enough to level up and get 39 or 40 strength. Which is kind of the goal. Also, can this guy bleed? I'm wondering if he can bleed. I haven't been able to make him bleed yet. That works barely. His range is so much longer than it looks. It's actually so much longer than it looks. Alright, but yeah, the stagger game is the way to go. Stagger game is the way to go with this guy, for sure. I was wondering if that would stagger him again. But technically I was missing a hit earlier that yeah. We'll try it. We'll try this differently. A wee bit differently this time. What he was doing. That was good though. I think that's the stagger game. Stagger game. Stack up the magic damage. Stagger. That's definitely the way to go there. Here, I need to make this a bit easier for myself. What? Why did I attack there? Nande? Happens. I must input a command. I inputted a command. unfortunately. Oh, fuck. I thought that was it. I thought that was it. He was doing a little charge attack. I thought that was it. Silly me. He's killable though. I know he is. Unless he has like a secret second phase, in which case he's not killable. But I don't think he does. So, in my book, he's still very killable. Can you see what Radagon's Scar Seal does exactly, Nalik? I don't see what it exactly does. Dude, I got stuck on terrain. I trapped myself in terrain. Oh my god. Ah, that was so good. That was so fucking good. I got trapped in terrain. So raises vigor, endurance, strength, and dex by 3, increases. That's so good, isn't it? That sounds so good. Camera boss. I just got camera boss. Actually, camera boss. That happens. So it raises vigor, endurance. Vigor is HP, right? Endurance, strength, and dex by 3. Yeah, most attacks one-shot me anyway. But I have this one ring where it raises my defense when my HP is at max. And it's actually a noticeable difference. And I think there's a flask thing that gives me like a little bubble where I can take a hit as well. So I was gonna try to dodge him, and then I just mistimed my dodge. I don't have that flask yet though. Someone told me about it, and I've seen someone in the Golden City use that specific skill where they have like a bubble around them. When I hit him, it does like no damage. But I don't know where that flask actually is, or how to get that tier. So combined with my build, I can turn basically I thought it was a lot faster than that. I'm trying to stack a little bit more damage on him before I use the riposte, but I guess I wasn't too ready for that. Yeah, if I can find that one flask, it'll make this no HP run a lot more manageable, I think. Figure out the fucking range. Honestly, when he doesn't have his sword, he's a lot less annoying. I realized. With his sword, he has that long range poke, which hurts. That's nice though, because it works well with that. Dude, he's just breaking everything over there. Why does that look so troll? Honestly, let me see. Do I need this extra HP? I'm gonna try that. Let's try that. This is magic damage still. That does so much more damage. I like that. I like that one. How is he not getting staggered? Was I just missing like the main hit? Maybe? But he was not getting staggered there. Missed, bro. Gotta roll fast. There it is. Oh. I wanted to go for the quick R1, which was quicker than the R2, but I just wasn't able to roll afterwards. So that's kind of on me. I switched items. I meant to just roll. I switched items and then it like frame locked me. Fumbled the bag from moving around too much. Or moving too many things around. And I missed the riposte as well. I already thought I could get it there, but I couldn't. What? Oh, it's one of these starts. Bullshit starts. That came so fast. I haven't seen that attack in a while. I wasn't ready to roll. That came so fast. That actually came so fucking fast. I was like, oh yeah, I got a split second more to roll. And then all of a sudden I was dead. I was like, oh shit. Okay, never mind. Never mind, I don't. That's so funny. That's fine. I'm gonna run away a little bit. I wasn't sure what that attack was, dude. I was right there. If I knew what that attack was at the start, I wouldn't have gotten like staggered by it. I was right there. That fuck me. I had it. That was all me. Hitbox? Hitbox? I dodged. That way. I dodged that way. But I got hit by the hitbox? I guess. I mean, still felt a bit weird. Is there anything that boosts magic damage? Oh, actually, that's kind of nice. That barely restored anything. Alright, so it doesn't really give me much F or whatever it's called back. So I don't want to use that. That one's not worthwhile. But I think there's one that increases my critical damage, right? And it's guard counters. Raises focus. reduces damage from critical hits. Okay. I want to try this one though. Not focus. This one. See if that does anything. Bro, he's so fast I could even roll. After I finished my animation, I couldn't roll. Though I did switch to my main weapon, my katana, so maybe that stopped it. But I do not know. He changed up his style and I wasn't ready for it. That fucked with me so hard. Oh, Nalik. Why am I so bad at this game? Look at how many times I've died in this game. Why am I so bad? I'm not doing any extra damage amount. To be honest with run away from him. Use this. Use this. Did he lead his... I just realized he led his shot. He was leading the shot. He's a fucking FPS gamer. Did anyone just see that? He just led the shot. The AI is evolving. He's leading the shot. Is that why this shit is hitting me? He's leading the shot. What? I used to love it when he did that attack. Now I'm kind of scared. He's actually leading the shot. Oh, stamina. I'm a spam roller. I forgot. I forgot he just did the 5 swing attack and I was just rolling to stay alive. I'm dodging and it's still hitting me. Like he... What the fuck? AI is evolving. Because I almost beat him a couple times. It's like, oh, you almost beat me a couple times? No longer. Yo! Oh my god. I thought I had the riposte there for sure, and I didn't, so I couldn't like proper setup. And I was just running. I could have gotten the. I keep forgetting I can get on the horse if I want to like reposition though. That's a thing I can definitely do that I don't think about often. I'm not fighting in an enclosed space. Didn't get it there either. Oh my god, the delay on it. I wasn't used to that. Fuck. Okay, I need to go pee. Oh, I need to go pee. I'll be right back. Actually, here. I need to do this more often. I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad. That way it gets rid of ads for I don't know how long, an hour, right? So I'll be right back. Gotta pee. I love you guys. Hello. We're good, right? No ads? I'm back. Is that good timing? Is 1 minute good timing? I hope it is. Alright. I'm ready this time. This time, I'm ready. See any ads? Oh, but you're subbed though. You're subbed. I keep forgetting. I mean, either way, that's kind of a good thing, I guess. I have a small amount of viewers, but a lot of them are subbed anyways. That's kind of good. I didn't think about it like that. I'll take that. That's a dub. I was really trying my best to roll off there. I wanted to go off the map. Or go back down the ledge. But he was just chasing me down. I don't like it when he chases me like that. It stresses me out. Alright. Just don't int, and I'm good. So much terrain here that I get so clunky. He switched! I love it so much more when he switches, because then he's a lot more reasonable, funnily enough. Work out at all in my favor. That much is for sure. Dude, fuck! We need the charging attack. I wasn't ready for the charging attack. Oh my god. That was so close. I used the horse that time. Horsey helped. Horsey helped a lot there. Missed. Gilgamesh has failed me. I trusted the Gilgamesh tactic, but it failed me. It missed. He dodged them, rather. Yeah. He didn't miss. He just dodged them. He's amazing at dodging. Fuck up. He's leading the... Oh my god, did you see that? Did you see... He is actually leading the target. That's such insane coding. If an attack like that, that's insane. Yeah, he's a sniper. This guy's he fucks. Dude, I couldn't roll because I switched. That attack is so fast. Yeah, I'm just switching my weapon, but when you switch your weapon, it stops you from rolling for like a split second, like half a second, maybe even like even less. It's like very little frames. And he charged at me during the middle of that. Dude's actually fucking insane. Actually, I wonder. Didn't go through the thing. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, I fucked that up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hey. I want to try it instead of jump attacking. I forgot he does that. I forgot he does that. I forgot he does that. I know he charges. I just forgot he did that. So I think that did actually more damage. What I just did there. But it cost a little bit more mana. Dude, I was running straight at him. I rolled to the side, and he still hit me with the fucking hitbox on it. What? This guy's... I'm gonna be so happy once I kill him. Once I kill him, I'm gonna be so happy. He's gonna give me like 20,000 souls as well. It's gonna be some random shit like, oh, congrats, you killed him, I guess. Is that really worth it? I hate his sword phase so much. His sword phase is so fucking annoying. the charge and I panicked. I was literally panic rolling. Fucking heart rate right here. Just going I was like, I'm gonna die. I couldn't even. I panicked. That was a proper panic. I managed to get away from it too, and I still panicked. That's the worst part. I was ready for the roll. I just didn't roll. I was like, oh, it's coming. Second attack. I see him. He's gonna go for it. And I just didn't roll. If I rolled that one, I would have staggered him. For sure. This guy does damage, though. A lot. Repository. We can burst him down a little bit there. It's just when it comes to actually getting him to, it's just his sword form is so on you at all times. It's really hard. Like, that's right after the riposte, and I still can't even. Bruh. So cringe. His recovery frames are insane. Second turns now. Bro. Why can't I get there? His head is so... That's when he was just standing right there, and like level playing field, and I still couldn't get him. You know, I haven't used a lantern in a while. Lantern helps everything. I promise. Lantern makes everything better. dickhead. You're mine, dickhead! Gotcha, you dick! Idiot. Motherfucking thousand. Give me my shit. Gargoyles, give me my fucking shit. Got him. Yeah, first try. First try. First try. No sweat. I planned that. Good. Oh, my strength is not even close. My dexterity is the one that's close to... Oh. That's awkward. Intelligence +2. Dexterity. Strength. Makes that go up 2. Dexterity. Gives me 1 + 2. Oh, that's the other weapon. Intelligence. Intelligence gives me 3. That's still more worth. How much does that give me? 2,000. That's jack shit. What is this? 4,000. 6,200. Not bad. That's the last bit I need. Nope. Not even close. Okay. Select a number. Now I have enough. One more level up. Intelligence, that's +2, +1. Dexterity is... Oh, hold up. This is fucking with my brain. Thank you, Gilgamesh. But, level up. Dexterity is only just a mere +2. Intelligence is +2, +1. And strength is +2. Oh. This is 3 still. Still more worth it. A proper glass cannon. Is basically what's going on. I mean, I know there's stuff over here, but I kind of don't want to go explore. I don't want to, I mean. Let's go to this thing where this guy's pointing. He's pointing at something. I never found it, though. Thank you, Nolan, for hanging out with me. I appreciate your face. Yeah, that guy's pointing somewhere. Question, where? I'm out of water. I think I'm out of water. He's pointing straight down. Which implies there's a way down. Question, how? Here, maybe. Let's see. This I2 am fond of the super snipers. Forgot about them. See, the longest time I thought the wind blowing you up thing was only to blow you up. I didn't realize you can land in it and still be okay. Proper strength weapon. No, I cannot. have this. What is this? Riza's hero grave? Interesting. Swimming pool is now functional. Isn't it? Huh? Why does someone get over there? Behold fear. Yeah, I'm fucking terrified. That's a fact. So fucking scary. That was fucking terrifying, Nolan. I'm gonna have to admit, I was fucking out of my mind. Getting whatever that debuff is. I'm not even sure what it is. All I know is I don't trust any debuff in this game. Besides poison. Poison is the most reliable one. I can be like, oh yeah, that's what that does. It's sucks, but it's like, it could be worse. This debuff, I don't think I would like it. I never trusted any of these frogs in the first place, so. I really didn't know what to do there. I get the pathway is literally right there. I get it. But I don't know what to do right there. Right there, right there. Right, what the... Curious. Okay. How did someone... to get to the other side? I was wondering if it's like a invisible floaty thingy, but no, it's not. Someone actually just got to the other side. How? Liar head. Is there like an elevator here? I don't know. Behold, fear. I still feel it. I can promise you that much. More time! Jesus. I was really scared there. I was about to get whatever that debuff was. Don't want to know, don't want to find out, but I almost got it. What's the point of this room? Let's pick up that flower? Is that flower special or something? No ladder here? Is that a ladder? I'll take that. Got a statue here, bless. Oh my god, this fucking roller, dude. That's so troll. That was funny. Actually. Fucking skeleton warriors over here. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Two separate parts of the map. I'm gonna go fight this guy. It's two of these fucks, man. Ah. Fuck it. I've done them once. I've done them twice. They kick my ass. Oh, I can't change my... That's funny. That did literally no fucking damage, dude. Oh, I hate this game. I hate this game. Literally hit and run right now. Holy fucking shit. What a cringe strat. bitch. Menu, 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 menu. Bruh. Bruh. Alright, fuck it. We actually run. Dude, he's fucking me so hard. Okay, come on. None of those parries hit, man. Fuck. None of those fucking parries hit. Alright, I just gotta suck this up. I did really well that time, though. Seems like the spear guy is the guy I should focus. But he likes to play back, which is kind of nice, because then it lets me do damage on the shield guy. But holy fuck. What a game to behold. Match to behold. Yeah, I focused spear guy first, I think. Okay. Oh my fucking god! Fuck. His shield blocks my magic swords. I can't use the swords on the shield guy. It's nice if he goes for me, but I can't confirm that he'll go for me, so I think it's better for me to just use my katana skills. I can't go back to get more mana flask. All of them, dickheads. I have my riposte right there. Alright, just run. Just run here. Run and reset. Scratch my nose because my nose got really itchy there. Use mana. Shield guy that round, super fucking aggro. Super fucking aggro, the shield guy. Holy moly, okay. Why is the shield guy being so aggro on me? I'm literally trying to walk towards the other guy so he picks up aggro on me and the shield guy chills a bit, but he's not letting me. I don't mind fighting the shield guy. I actually prefer the shield guy over the spear guy. The spear guy scares me. That's why I prefer the shield guy. Just because I can... His range is not as long. He doesn't just jab you from 10 miles away. Shield guy, however, blocks my Gilgamesh swords, which is fine. I think that's fine. I have to play around it. But I need a good run like that one time. Maybe if I use my magic pot thing earlier, like all the way up here. Then they will have less time to be bullshit. Hey Tally, what's up? I can just run all the way over here. Fuck! Look at his HP! He almost died. If the shield guy wasn't so aggro. I get why he should be aggro though. It makes sense that he's aggro. Ah! That was a lot closer too, that time. I thought he was gonna chill for a second. That was good. That was good. I just thought he was gonna chill. Though I am curious if I riposte to him versus just straight up magic damage him, which one does more? Fucking skeletons. Let's try it. Dickhead. Try it. Dude, no fucking chill time. I get hit, and then it's just like, don't let this motherfucker back up. Keep his ass down. Literally no chill time. And I'm pretty sure I can parry these guys. Pretty sure. But my luck has not been too hot. Did damage. Oh, fuck. Forgot. His shield blocked my thing. I thought he took damage from my Gilgamesh sword, but I forgot that his shield actually took it, so he barely lost any poise for that. This is not a level 1 playthrough. This is my first playthrough still, Neff. Oh, I thought for sure I got him there. I don't know how that hit me. I don't know how to hit me, cause I'm garbage. I can't believe I was so close to die or killing him, and then I started trying to parry him. I am so garbage. What the fuck? Why does this roll do damage? That's cringe. Shield guy is aggressive on me this time. Really? I crouched? No! I accidentally clicked it. Fuck! Shit. Hey, I fucking love the Curie emote. I can't believe I was so close twice, and now I'm having a hard time. Then it's be the luck of the draw, I guess. There you go. He didn't hit me that time. I don't know how he hit me earlier. Remember Dark Souls 2 or 1, I think it was, where you get hit through the wall? I just had a deja vu moment. I just had a proper deja vu moment. Triggered a memory in me. That's not what I wanted. I'm gonna get you off my back. Run. Ah! It doesn't do anything if I don't have magic. If I don't have any mana. I'm so cringe. Nope, haven't done and I don't know if I will, but I won't say I won't, maybe. I mean, you should. It's an annual stream. I miss it. Okay, you're a dickhead, first of all, scaly boy. How did he recover so fast? I thought he's still on the ground. It wasn't the shield guy that got me. It was the spear guy that got me there. Oh my god. God bless this fucking amulet though. But to answer your question earlier, Neff, it's not a soul level 1, but I don't have HP. That's so bullshit, and you know it. I would show you. Actually, I can show you. Can I? Status. It says bigger +3 right now. It's not actually +3. It's this ring that I have. If I were to remove it, where is it? Then you'll see that it's no longer +3. I'm bigger level 12. So So it's basically a challenge run in a normal run. Is what I'm doing. Why? Fuck if I know. Honestly. Dude, that guy hit me anyway. That's so cringe. He just waited to heal. Nice! Holy shit, that was the first time I saw that. I mean, no, I saw it earlier. I dodged it. I didn't know it was a grab. Any grabs in this game still one-shot me. Basically. No matter what manner of combination of skills or things I use, grabs just fuck you up. You need HP to survive grabs in this game. I hate the RNG and the fucking skeleton. Alright, shield guy wants to be aggressive. That's fine. No, what? Miyazaki Genius ensures that 500 hours into the game and you still will see new stuff. What new stuff did you find? I'm not 500 hours yet, so I'm kind of curious. What stuff you found? Yeah, fuck you. Like that pathing bitch? Fuck your RNG. You're in my game. Dude, fuck this shield guy, man. Get off my back. Shield guy is annoying because when I fight the shield guy, the spear guy gets aggressive, and then I start having to deal with aggro that I don't really like. And that's never fun. Alright, shield guy. Come on, spear guy, just work with me here. The tracking got me there. Fuck me. I could have waited a little bit more. I didn't think he tracked. I didn't think he followed. Like, I don't know who to kill first. I much rather fight the other person, because with the shield guy, I can parry him. I'm pretty sure I can parry him. But I haven't been able to yet. You dickhead! Get off my back! Oh. Dickheads. I saw a video that showed some of this was interesting. Pause champ. Yeah. Got him. Got him, bitches. They're still dickheads though. But like that's what I was saying. If I could just take care of the spear guy, shield guy, immensely easier. And that was what was going on as well. It's just I was having a really hard time for some reason getting to the shield guy. That's where you are. Need you over here. You break this thing for me. Alright. Thank you for your contribution. High chance I die here. I'd rather not piss you guys off even further though. I'm trying to find where this damn thing is pointing to. There it is. There's the hole. It's another dungeon. Then I expect a bonfire here. And there's a bonfire here. Less. I can fucking relax a little bit. Whew. 28,000. That's not much, is it? Not much at all. Let's go back here. There we go. I was having a hard time selecting it for some reason. Round table. I don't know where the dung eater is. He went away. But to where? I don't know.
I took you for no matter it's how you're up.
Not 0 deaths, baby. That's me. Never dies. You know it. Talking about ancient dragon smithing stone. Nice. How to get one of those, but nice. Is she back? She's not back. What does Rune Arc do? I keep asking, but no one ever knows. It seems like. Seems like it's important, but I don't know what it would be though. Isn't there a nomadic cookbook dude somewhere? Rune Arc equals humanity. Oh. Do I get humanity when I beat a boss? Like more HP?
Oh, my apology. Ensha got rather ahead of himself, it seems, as his master. I'd like to express my regret, but now Ensha is slain and finished. There are 4 more demigods yet to be located. Mikola of the Halig Tree, the Unalloyed. His twin, Melania, the undefeated swordswoman. Luna Princess Rani, daughter to Renala. And the one only known as the Lord of Blood. Rani is said to have cast aside her great rune. So here at the Hold, we seek the whereabouts of the remaining 3 shard bearers. If you should learn anything of these matters, I'll trade your findings for a hidden treasure or a long-lost right, known only to me. We both desire to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. As such, I hope we are compelled to work together. There are 4 Mikola of the...
Need to have a great slash boss rune equipped, and all those have different buffs.
Well, if you're heading to the Forge of the Flame of Ruin, you'll need to find the Grand Lift of Rold. Or go if you would. The 2 fingers lost there.
Okay. The vanilla rune that increases all stats. I mean, I didn't realize it increased your stats. Would be a waste to use one right now. I guess so.
Well, you know what this the fingers shaken when they are finished, but those no matter for me.
She talks too slow.
Heavens, that is not the burning of the rune of the forbidden shadow unleashing. The fingers would never. But here, the fingers dormant, severing our link to the greater will. The realm and all life in ruin. Who is to say that? Go on, take the...
Oh, she's kind of OG. Wait, so I don't have to... Well, I doubled this earlier. I'm gonna go ahead and actually use this. Strength, Dex, and Arcane. Oh. What is that? That sounds ridiculous. I'm grabbing it. I don't know what it does. I got 2. Well, don't know if I need his soul anymore. Goodbye, soul. Whatever. Not my problem. Let there be tranquility, friend. Any like major obvious spots that I've missed? Let's see. Yeah, there's always NG plus, and eventually I do want to do like a proper lore run, so like I know what the fuck I'm actually doing. Because I can tell you for sure, I have no idea what the fuck I'm actually doing. Where is it? There it is. Does that scale on something? Does this scale on something? terrible damage. Not terrible damage indeed. I'm trying to figure out if it scales on anything. If I level up Arcane, does it do more damage? Beast Eye What does that mean when it says the Beast Eye quivers? Are we quest related? I mean, like nothing. That doesn't increase my mana. Like, the fuck does it do? What does this shit do? Because of the death root? Oh. I really don't know what the one thing does. Stone 3, where the hell am I? No! Every single time I see one of these paintings, I think it'll be like you can travel through the painting world type of ordeals again. I don't know what the paintings actually do though. Probably lore bits, if I have to guess right. Set this bonfire. Stone 4. There's a way up here. One I have not yet seen. Yeah, unleashing your inner Bob Ross, making me sad. I've never been in this area before. my jump attack on it, does it blow up then? Maybe? Fire slugs are whack. I was trying to do the entire time, but I forgot the damn input. Yeah, fire lords. What's that? Why broke it? What happened? Bonfire. Alright. So this bonfire leads to this downwards road here. Which leads to this giant guy here. One of them in a minute. It's half HP though. Sleep well, buddy. The Einstein River Well. Ooh. Looks mighty fancy. Alright, I don't have the one thing anymore. I like this one a lot. The one that auto heals here. It's quite nice. This is the big fuck no area? This is like a big fuck no area. Oh my. Not a fan. To say the least, I am not a fucking fan. I don't care if I just one-shot them. Still not a fucking fan. Grace, baby. What did it shoot at me? I mean, it's better than spiders, I suppose. Behind required ahead? What? I'm really not a fan of this. This game always makes me feel like I'm playing a fucking horror game sometimes. Even though I know I'm the horror. I'm the one that really fucks people up. Try fire. I would agree. Didn't think about that? I just took care of your queen. Swinging at me. Oh, shitty plays. Shitty plays. I want to use a rune arc since I never use one. What do? Hop on his head? I think I did. Yeah, fuck, nerd. I missed the pop, but that's my problem. L plus ratio. I almost fucking died. What the fuck? That did so much fucking damage, actually. Behind. I feel like I have bugs on me. I'm not a fan. Whatever this is that I'm experiencing. Out the way. I need my souls, bro. That leads to something important. This does not. Alright. Wary of up. Target lock required ahead. Try fire. Wary of back. Drop ahead. Thank you for your time. Fucking ants. Not sticking around, but just letting you know I've been lurking, you damn cutie. I hope all is going well. I miss you too, man. How have you been, Captain? Long time no see, dude. I really miss you. And I mean that wholeheartedly. no worries about not sticking around. I know. Life is life. It's late anyways. I'm tired. I'm probably gonna end soon. I'm really tired. Get your attention! Damn, he pulled my ass. Yeah. Wouldn't be my life if I wasn't. Still, nonetheless, I wish you never have to deal with that kind of chaos, because no one deserves chaos like that in their lives. But, that being said, I will say, I love you, dude. I think you're a phenomenal person, bro. Okay, that was weird fighting. I'll take it. Oh, you're my favorite humans. You're captain. I'm gonna go to bed. Have a good, nice Elden Ring. Oh, well, thank you for hanging out. You sleep well. No, I appreciate it. I really do. It's been a while, so I know a lot of people aren't even realizing that I'm streaming again. But it still makes me really happy to see the people that I know come back, and that way I get to catch up on you guys. Because whenever I talk to Sophia about this, I always tell her how much I actually really miss everyone. It's like a lot. A lot. So, I don't know where I am exactly. Oh, but it goes boom. Now sleep well. Sleep well. Now, thank you for hanging out. I'm looking forward to the 1-year anniversary stream. Some good news and some bad news. Good news, I have a lot of arrows. Bad news, it's gonna take a while. Got more bad news. He took no fucking damage from that. Shit. Shit. Just start selling feed pics in your downtime. You would to stream all the time. Hell, sell them while you're streaming. Oh damn, I never thought about it like that. That's a technique I have not ever considered. I will have to consider that next time. Alright. I wonder how much people actually make from selling defects. That's such a troll profession, but like, it's probably a decent amount. I feel like. Has to be, right? Wow, that's people. Otherwise, why would anyone do it? So I went to a different elevator. More or less. Dude, what is this place, man? At first there was ants, and now it's just this, whatever this is. I don't know what this is. That'd be nice though. Having some level of income. Selling beef pigs. I've already seen that. Where did this lead to? Oh, okay. I think I have full circle. This is a full circle. I see. Okay, open this. Pretty sure this is full circle. If I keep walking this way, I'll see the ants. The real income will fit my current life situation? Bro, same. I have to move to Norway. There's wedding plans and costs that I gotta consider, and all kinds of different things that I gotta get done. But it's so much easier said than done, as well. It's the rough part about it. Like someone, I think my cousin was asking me to play COD the other day, and I was like, though I love that idea, I can almost guarantee you I can't actually play COD. I can't be buying games like that. And I think Rita was also on stream earlier saying they would buy it for me, but I don't want to pressure anyone into buying anything for me. I feel bad as it is. But don't tell him that. I think he's gone now. That's a secret between the people in chat right now. I appreciate all the love and support, but I can't help but get nervous, you know? Maybe there's one more bug down here that maybe I can kill. Yeah. Still don't think that's enough though. Do you just feel let Hitsuga emerge into realms unventured? Sell feet, please consider. As Sophia for me to sell feet pics. That'd be fun. But yeah, it's just so many things to consider. I'm excited for all of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm actually super fucking excited for my upcoming wedding. But it's still a lot of pressure, you know? What have you been up to? Have you been working, Captain? But I'm beyond excited for you to finally get that portion of your life. That move be huge for you, and I'm never gonna. Oh, thank you. I'm quite excited. I'm not gonna lie. I'm genuinely so happy just thinking about it constantly. I lived. She makes me so happy. But still, that does not change the cost of things. And finding job is rough, but I'm still trying. Oh shit!
I haven't seen your face,
but I know it's you. It's a heckin' bean raid. It's a heckin' bean raid, bringing you some comfy vibes. Oh shit! Shucks. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for shutting out Foxyfile. What were you doing? Long time no chat. I was actually lurking in your stream, I think.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
That's good.
No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen.
Razzle Dazzle. I think I saw that.
Strange.
Razzie Dazzy.
Welcome, stranger.
Thank you for coming in and hanging out, though. Thank you for the raid. It's been a minute. Yeah, I've been well. I've been well. I've been going to the gym, working out. I'm starting to feel more like myself, which is the good thing. Finally, can level up. But thank you so much for that. Welcome on in, everyone. It's late. You guys are more than happy to chill and relax. Sparks, hello. Velvet, the pants. Oh, Vulpix. Fucking love Vulpix. You got it right. It's Razzle Dazzle. Okay, so it is Razzle Dazzle. I'm not trolling. But thank you so much for the raid, Foxy.
Stanley
what is that?
Pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why.
Sparks.
Perhaps he thought something
Sparks the
peculiar
Fifth
would happen.
Thank you so much.
How strange.
Oh, that's the new TwitchCon
Anyways,
badge?
welcome, stranger.
Really? Interesting. I'm not going this year, unfortunately. I was talking about how this year I have to plan a move to Norway and wedding cost. So that's something that's on my list, and I can't afford shit basically right now. But no, I really do thank you for that. The raid. Anyone on my stream normally that doesn't know who Foxy is, we met during TwitchCon 2019, and they were a super chill, awesome person. Ever since then, we've been friends, and honestly, they're very sweetheart, big sweetheart vibes. Mega dorks as well though. So, you know, if you guys want more dorks, please check her out. She's fantastic. But welcome everyone. How's everyone doing on this Friday? Is it Friday? It's Friday, right? I'm not that I'm not that lost. Welcome on in on this lovely Friday. Oh. Hold up. Gotta gets to get 10 show some enemies. Oh jeez, these guys fucking hurt. I was just talking about that on my stream and how small Twitch is with you knowing Glocks is. Oh yeah! Oh man, that just. I haven't talked to Glocks in so long. I really wonder how he's doing. I miss him a lot, honestly. You know how I found Glocks actually? This is gonna be a funniest story. On Better Twitch TV, there's they let you know what people are or who are using your emotes that you uploaded. Glocks was using one of the emotes that I uploaded, and it was just a super casual personal emote that I was using for myself. But when I saw that Glocks was using it, oh, that felt satisfying. That felt really satisfying just now. I decided to stop by. Loveliest individual I've ever met. What a fucking guy. He is so wholesome. I love Glocks. So it was so random, so lucky, and ever since then I was like, yeah, he's a friend. I love this guy. And yeah, we became decent friends because of this. But I haven't talked to him in so long. I actually really miss him. I don't know what he's been up to. In fact, I don't even know if he still streams. I've not seen any stream notifications, I don't think. Because I've been trying to, like... I've been lurking for friends again. And I've been trying to find old friends that stream. So, who's actually still streaming kind of deal. And I don't think I've seen Glock streamed at all. I hope he's doing well. I need to check up on him. I'm sure I have him somewhere on the Discord. Oh, fuck. Alright. See if I can make it to this without dying. Man. Alright, cheese time. I'm hoping this works now that I'm a bit closer. I need a bow though. Does that work? Does the bow work? He's been on off. He's been doing a lot of Final Fantasy 14, I think. Ah. That makes a lot of sense. What? Oh. 21 damage, that's all it does. Oh, it's fucked. This is fucked. $25. I missed. No, that's gonna miss too. I hit him. Oh, that hit me. This is how we're gonna do it. Actually. I have to try to hit his head though. Otherwise he's a very tanky boy. Sometimes hitting go live is definitely the hardest fucking step, honestly. I haven't streamed in so long, and most of the time it's just cause I just couldn't go live. I couldn't hit the go live button. It was so hard for me. And I love streaming. I enjoy it so much, but I just couldn't. Most have been working and dealing with family and relationship issues here and there. Well, that's not good. We should get back to the grind here soon. Things aren't great, so I need to take the shot at least. But knowing I'll get trapped in building things in streamer bot before I even hit the go live button. I mean, that's the thing. Like I've been trying to do stuff for stream, off stream, and it's fun. But like I notice how much of how troll it is. If that makes sense. Let's use a regular bow. Ow, that hurt. Oh, that is damage. That's doing some damage. Hold up. I don't know how to do that much damage. Ow, that hurt me. Found doing PNG tuber, it's a good one. Like I want to go live. I've been thinking about that actually. I know a lot of people have started using PNG tubers, and I like streaming with camera, but sometimes I feel like I just want to be completely lazy. And I mean, I'm not really doing much right now. I'm wearing fucking PJs and I'm streaming. But like, I really want to try like maybe getting a PNG tuber thing going on. That'd be really cool. Dude, I am not fighting this thing. This thing better fucking die. I have a lot of arrows, so it better die. Because he was turning. Big hit. Oh, okay. Am I hitting those up? Am I missing now? I'm missing. Fuck. My arrows. Hit him. Hit him, arrows. Ow. My arrows aren't hitting him. They finally just hit him. Ah, hit his tusk. Get fucked, bitch. That'll show you to mess with me. I'm literally just shooting you with a fucking bow and arrow from far away. Hitsuga mode. If I did do a PNG tube though, I would want it to do JoJo poses. I think for sure. That's the moneymaker. For sure, PNG tuber. But what's have I seen yours, Foxy? I feel like I might have. I think I was lurking in the stream when I saw it. Yeah, something like that. Just fucking JoJo posing model. That'd be so funny. That'd actually be so funny. If I could just do some proper damage here soon, so I can see where his HP bar is. Oh my god, I'm not doing shit. How many arrows have I used so far? I've used half of my arrows. Oh, that's a good spot. That's a good spot. Alright, I like that spot. We're using this spot. That's a good spot. You can see the arrows like embedded in his like skull. You guys see that? I missed. There, if I aim a little bit like there, maybe. Oh, that one hit me. I have a little pop fox thing I use, like a pop cat. That sounds cute. Yeah, that's the goal. Maybe one day we'll try to. Try to get a PNG tuber going on, cause like VTubing, it's cool, but that's a lot of work. Honestly, you know. That's a lot of work. I'm not sure if I can do that kind of work. Though it would be pretty funny though, to like do stuff. Ooh, that was a good hit. Wait, hold up. I don't need that. This bow effective range. There we go. Lovely damage. Oh, that hit the blue spot. I knew I had a talisman that increased the bow damage. Get fucked. Get cheesed. I'm not fighting this thing. Are you kidding me? Let's do a fire arrow. Yeah, burn, bitch. Ow, that one hurt. That one hurt. Fire ones go a bit straighter, seems like. Fire ones go a bit straighter. Alright, he's gonna die soon. God bless. Did I just spend that time cheesing this damn boss? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Would I do it again? Yeah. Yeah, I would. That was so fucking stupid, but I fucking did it. Oh, that makes me happy. Fuck that character. Bless. We go next. Backstab him. Ooh. I'm happy with that result. That is a result I'm quite okay with. Sorry to waste everyone's time there. I know that wasn't really the hypest of gameplays. I hope everyone's having a fantastic time. Fantastic Friday. This guy's roly poly. I'll see if I can backstab him. Relax a little bit. Adjust my positioning. There we go. Shield grease. This game is fucking huge. I'll go for this. I'll backstab. Backstab victory. I can do that. Alright. Hopefully there's a bonfire here. I'm really hoping for one. Map 9 River. As you can see.
Someone there, customer. Well.
Just chilling here. What? Okay. Kinda interesting. There'd be a bonfire there. But we got a map though. Oh my god. This place is huge. What? Wait, this place is actually huge. I don't know, it's this big. That's spooky, actually. I hate this place. Nothing there. Just chilling, I guess. I Einzel River. Very strange place. I'll get it from there. I'm probably gonna stop here soon though. I just want to find, I guess, a good spot to go to. Then go from there. I did not see all three of them standing there like that. That scared the fuck out of me. Actually scared the shit out of me. How do you get over there? It's so simple. Stone. I'm surprised by how much this game actually has to offer all the time. Like it's kind of insane.
Something else?
Actually, it's... I guess we go this way. There's a little pathway here. Because this place is kind of blocked off. It seems like there's a route there that I could have taken. But also, oh, perfect, a bonfire. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there. It's 11:33. I need to get some proper rest so that I don't ruin my body. Because I did work out at the gym today, and that was fantastic. I had a blast doing that. But I do need proper sleep. Though I say that, but it's over here. Oh my god, this is over here. Yeah, no, this is major not fucking now vibes. Major not fucking now vibes. Not fucking now. So, system, quit game. Einzel River. We will continue that another day. When exactly, I'm not sure. If we have a movie night tomorrow, we won't do it tomorrow, but I might do it tomorrow if we don't have one. Just depends on how people are feeling about a movie night. Anyway, let me find someone to raid. Alright, let's see. Who's streaming? I fucking love this song. Is someone playing Overwatch 2? Can we play Overwatch 2 right now? I want to see that. Alright, we're gonna raid Brandon. It's been a while. Yeah, that's fair, Tally. That's fair. Oh wait, they added the shout out command. Shout out to Linko. Oh, fucking A. What? Oh, is it slash shout out? Oh. What? What does it mean? It doesn't exist. He clearly exists. Does that work? It's because you haven't streamed, maybe? Wait. Wrong command. Sorry. Shout out Talenko. Oh. Well, I don't know. So it's slash shout out. Can you try it, Tally? How long does the shout out last? Let me open my stream. I want to see this. Bum, bum. This is good information. How do I tell? I can't tell. Can you try it? Type slash shout out, and then we'll do Foxy again because she rated us. But I want to see if you're able to do it. Maybe it stopped, or maybe it'll say you can't. Kind of curious how it's gonna play out. Been trying. Does it say anything? Is it just saying? Keep saying wait. Okay, so you can then. Basically, it's just you're on a timer because we shouted them out. That's not a bad idea. So maybe now instead of that, we can do exclamation SO. Instead of exclamation SO, we can do slash shout out. Maybe. Bot does it better. Bot does it better, but I want to see what we can do with that shout out command because I haven't been able to see it too well. Anywho, sorry, I'm just wasting time. Let's raid Brandon. He's playing Overwatch 2. Let's see how Overwatch 2 is. Plus with the bots you can have a clip playing your stream. Yeah, that you can do, but I haven't implemented any of that yet. Oh, that's so cool. So if you click on his channel, it just takes you straight to it. Okay. Because I think there's a way to implement it where it shows people what the streamer was doing. But that's what I saw in the Twitter post. But I don't know beyond that. Oh, that's my disgusting. I was trying to click on the shout out. Alright, anywho, I'm just gonna raid. You guys, if you want to come, please come and say hello to Brandon. You know he's a lovely dork. Should I come up with a raid message? I still don't have one. After God knows how long. Well, the idea, I think, is with slash shout out, what I saw in the Twitter clip. It pops up like a little thing at the top of the stream where you can just click the follow. Anyone can just click the follow right there in chat itself. Like, you know, where the announcements and stuff like that pop up or polls. Yeah, something like that. But anywho, I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye-bye.